Try to upload it again. I don't know why it does that. So weird. So weird. Alright, there we go. We got it. We got it, guys. Click on that again. And click on this again. Pop out, chat. Pop it out. Pop it out. Do, 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 do. I think we're going to play the Beastmaster for a little bit today. Just kind of goof off. I don't know. I might play... I don't know. We'll see. Give me a second. Kind of... Get rid of this. Hey, what's going on, Klaus? How you doing, bud? All right. Let's see. Let's see. I'm doing all right. Hanging in there. Trying to get back into the swing of things. What do I want to do? I want to do some stuff real quick on my fighter, who I did get to 57, but I didn't get to play a lot over the last week. So, you know, all good. Not a big deal. But we did get to 57. And then, I think Gith and Stein both got to 60 while I was gone. Let's see. Enchanted Frond. I don't think I need the enchanted ones. I don't believe. But let's run back to town. What is this? Iron. Okay, Ghost Poppy. And we have 5 Stranglevine powder. That's it. Nomad's Grace. I don't have much Stranglevine powder. Oh, I wanted to check to see if the whatchamacallit's up. Actually, there's a couple things you want to check to see if they're up. Early in the morning on a Saturday. So we're going to see if Fright... I don't see a giant spider. Okay, yeah, I don't see the giant Fright Weaver spider. Good morning. You see you were listed under just chatting? Am I? Oh, yeah, that's weird. Oops. There we go. All fixed. Thank you. Thanks for letting me know. It is now under Monsters and Memories. Hey, what's going on, Synalytic? How are you? Just stopping by for a few minutes, see if I can watch you later. Yeah, sounds good, Klaus. Hey, what's up, Nicodemus? I did have a good week. I was out of town all week long. We went to Blue Ridge Mountains, hang out with family, and spent the entire week, Monday through Friday there. I'm up early? No, this is normal for me. This is a very normal time for me. Yeah, well, we went to Blue Ridge, had some fun, hung out with family. We watched the Mario movie. We watched it in a drive-in movie theater. Super cool. It was a lot of fun. Really enjoyed it. Mario movie's cool. Yeah, it was fun. I enjoyed watching it. They actually had a double feature, but we didn't stay for the double feature. They did the Mario movie and then followed it up with the Project Hail Mary movie. But that didn't start until like 10 o'clock, and we had the 2 kids with us, so we decided, let's not do that. Let's not stay for that. I'm going to see if there's anybody over here camping this Ember or whatever it's called. There probably is. There's almost always somebody camping this. But I kind of want to try to get the... whatchamacallit if I can. The cloak. Not too concerned with it. I'm not really sure where it is. I think it's up here, actually. Cinder drone, cinder drone. This is it, isn't it? How long? What's the spawn time on this? Anybody know? My daughter Jenna has been going hiking in the mountains around Chattanooga. Nice. Her pics have been sitting or breathtaking. Waterfalls and views. Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome up there. We didn't do a whole lot of hiking or wandering. I think 7 minutes. I guess I'm wondering though, is it like somebody told me that the mob spawns once an hour. Are we not getting kills? All chat. Which mob? The mob. I think that mob it spawns here called Ember. That has a cloak. Oh, this is only a positive faction here? There's no negative faction to these cinder drones anymore? Wait. This is weird. Like the idea of hiking, but then there's bugs and also get tired and bored. Yeah, it can be very tiring and boring. You got to go someplace that's got cool stuff to see, right? Neat stuff. You don't think she's on a standard timer? Yeah, I don't think so either. I think it's like an hour-long timer. So, like, I don't think killing anything over here would do anything. You just have to kind of wait it out. And I'm debating if I want to hang around and try to wait it out. We could do that while we look at Monsters and Memories. I saw that we had an update while I was gone. I don't like these item changes. I just don't like them. I'm going to be honest. I think they're doing a very, very bad job right now. Like, I know that people want to like suck up to some of the devs and stuff, but I just feel like they're doing a very bad job with itemization at the moment. It's been awful since beta started. It's continuing to be awful. Everything about it just feels bad. I'm sure they have like a plan in mind here, but see, most names will continue to drop just a single item. However, many named now have an increased variety of items they may drop. which this is the part that I don't like. An increased variety of items. I get what they're trying to do with this, but I feel like what this is doing is it's just spreading out the items. If a mob had 3 items, now it's got like 5 or whatever. And then the stats on them are pretty generic. They're pretty boring, you know? Like we did get some updates. You know, I've got a new item here, Pasha's Favor. So we got this, which has some stats on it, so that's good. We got some updates to like the Ring of Regret, right? That finally got updated. What else did we get? I think this actually got a little boost. 1 stamina, like 1 strength, 5 health. But yeah, the issue is that they're still very, very, very generic items, and it's just they're boring. What's the concern, Nicodemus? Everything's just boring. It's just super boring. Like every item that was added, there's multiple issues with what I'm seeing here. Is first and foremost, you have like 5 items on every named, right? So now instead of having 3 items, you have a common, uncommon, and a rare. You now have 5 items that you have a chance of getting. So even the common items are now less common because it's spread out over more items. Let's say there's a 20% chance of getting each one of those items. So you have a 20% chance of getting the item that you want. So it kind of reduces that amount. But when you do get an item from these, it's this right here. Common drops are intended to be a source of 7 core stats, which is fine. Like, I get that, the 7 core stats, but this is a rare drop. And all it has are the 7 core stats. It's not special. This is a super ultra rare drop. It has haste on it, but other than that, it's just got 7 strength, 10 AC. Like, kind of boring. This is also a rare drop. Stats and like I don't know. Like, it's just, this is the common drop, which is pretty good. You know, I don't know. I feel like it's just a lot of the stuff is just boring. Like I don't feel excited to get these magic items for them to drop. That's kind of where I'm at. It doesn't feel fun. It feels boring. But whatever. You know, and then right now we're also still seeing, I don't know. I don't want to be negative all day, so I'm not going to be negative all day. But I could be extremely negative right now about things going on in this game. It's just I'm getting pretty frustrated with it. They made a shield that worked with Necromancer. No longer work with Necromancer. We got a riot. Did they really? They made one so like you could use it as a Necromancer, and they got rid of it or changed it or whatever. That's kind of a bummer. I think items feel much better now personally, but I'm playing a caster and still had like 5 or 6 slots with no. Well, yeah, that's part of the other issue. There's very, very, very little caster gear. You know, they've supposedly added in gear for like every class. It literally says right here, increased variety of items that may drop. We've done our best to ensure covers all armor types and classes. And from what I'm hearing from a lot of people is cloth is still underrepresented. Very underrepresented compared to the other classes. So, I don't know, man. The itemization has just felt bad. It just felt bad. So it's boring because it's not as exciting as it was originally. Do you think if you had not played the original design, it would not be boring? I appreciate your candor, sir. No, I don't think that it has anything to do with playing like originally. I think that honestly, like the game has gone the wrong direction. With a lot of things, and people want to be excited, especially as you get to higher levels. People want to be excited when a named spawns, right? They see a name spawn, they get excited for potentially getting something good and fun and unique, you know? But right now, I just don't feel like that. You know, the Mace of Malice is kind of a not common drop, kind of an uncommon drop. You know. I'm gonna make a post on it probably, Nicodemus. But yeah, we can figure out, clip it or whatever. But I don't know. A lot of the stuff just feels boring. Boring. But like, I feel like also this, you know, you have your crafted jewelry, like the Ring of Regret. This, I hate this too. They changed it to where it doesn't stay up. The Ring of Regret is now better. It used to only be like 2 agility or something. So this is actually halfway decent now, right? It's got 6 AC, 1 stamina, 6 agility, 10 HP, and 2 save versus holy. It's decent. But the problem is, technically I should be wearing these rings, which should be the platinum version of these, which would be 7 strength, 7 agility with 2 AC on it. Well, that would be 14 total stats versus 7 total stats with slightly more AC. I think AC is still broken. And then, well, AC, it's not broken, but it needs to be tweaked. And then, you know, this is basically 1 stamina's worth of health. So basically you have 2 stamina, 6 agility, and 6 AC. Versus a crafted ring, which can just have 7 and 7 with 2 agility. So I don't know. I don't know. You wrote which item down? The Ring of Regret. The Ring of Regret got boosted, but it just, I mean, I guess technically for the level, I don't know. It's hard to say. This ring you can get around like the level 40-ish, right? With the platinum stuff, technically you can get it at level 1 if we made platinum jewelry. You can get it technically at level 1, but you have to level up your trade skill. They did change trade skills too, which I don't know if it's good or bad, but like now you can't take 2 of these and put them in here and combine because it says you cannot craft yet. You lack the knowledge to craft that, is what it says. So they did kind of fix that, I guess. Ring of Regret. I do placeholder stats until itemization can review it. Well, yeah, this one right here was updated, which is a whole other conversation. But this one was updated along with the Mace of Malice, which is the same camp. It was slightly updated. So those items are better. But what's really funny is something we've been talking about where the what's it called? Soul Brand, which drops there. It's the 2-handed. It's the rarest item. Well, it's the second rarest item that drops at that camp. Still has 0 stats on it. So it's got to be for a quest, but you can't figure out what the quest is. There's like 0 lore to figure out that quest. I still can't figure it out. So it's a whole other thing. I got beta 2.5 weeks ago. Spent about 200 hours in game so far. The item changes were massive. Plus coming from a 6-man static who had almost no gear on our casters and healers. Yeah, that's. I mean, so them looking at the changes, right? That's a good thing, and trying to make some changes. I appreciate that, but I don't know. I feel like these new changes to itemization, all these itemization changes here, the ones that were talked about previously by Jahar, because he had some previous posts somewhere. I could go back and find them, I'm sure. And they're doing a lot of itemization changes, but the problem is they have like a goal in mind, right? So by the time early access starts, here's where we want to be. So we're going to make this change over here that's towards that goal. But the problem is it doesn't fit the rest of what's going on in the game. So we're seeing like we're seeing a change over here that just doesn't fit over here because we haven't changed over here yet. Eventually, I think by the time that it's all said and done, it'll probably make sense. But just right now, some of the stuff just doesn't make sense. Some of the changes are like, what? So I'm a little confused. But we'll have to see what happens. Self-found group for the most part, testing a fresh start. Yeah, and that's great. I'm glad that we have people doing that. We only have 4 or 5 in ours in PvP server. The tanks are fully geared and had geared alts. The casters actually get excited for named. Yeah, well, that's good. That's good. But I still don't think there's enough caster gear, from what I've been told. I haven't been able to play a lot over the past few days, so I haven't really tested it. But from what I've been told from people that are looking for a lot of gear and going after it, I'm just told there's not enough caster gear. We still have like a ton of plate int gear. Feisty, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. I kind of try to get out in the ballpark best I can. I admit I'm not an optimization expert. Mesa Malice is one of your designs also. Well, this one right here is okay. Like, this is fine. Did you do both of these, Nicodemus? This and the Ring of Regret? And this is better now. This is probably okay, right? I would say that the Mesa Malice is in an okay spot for the level that you get it. It's better than, I don't even know if I have my other weapon on anymore. It's better than other level 40-ish items that you can get. So like the 1235, it's about right. This is about right for a weapon. Now, this one though was way off. But it's closer. It's probably about right. It's not more that the stats on this are too low or are not good enough. The problem is that jewel crafting, like the whole jewel crafting thing, you're able to get really good items for just leveling it up. Like, you don't have to fight tough monsters. You don't have to level up your character. You can just craft these. You just get the gem from mining. You get the ore from mining, and you just craft them, and they're just better stats. Everybody pretty much that I know is using jewelry in 5 slots. I mean, I'm not using it here, but I would be okay with having a +7/+7 jewelry slot or item here. Like 7 strength, 7 agility, or 7 strength, 7 dexterity, or whatever. It's just easier to get, and it has better overall stats on it. You want plate caster gear? Yeah. I don't think anybody wants that. Jewelcraft items are incredibly strong, especially when compared to what tailoring, leatherworking, blacksmith are making. Exactly. That's that's where I'm going with this, right? It's not that these other items, like this Ring of Regret, is bad. It's that they're overshadowed by jewel crafting items, which are just better and easier to obtain. But yeah, Nicodemus, I know you don't like to talk about the quests and stuff, but the Soul Brand, I feel like, has to be a quest. And it has 0 stats on it, right? It's got 0 stats. So I assume it has to be a quest. I have the other items from that, which are the Ring of Regret, the Mesa Malice, same thing from the other camps. I don't know if it's supposed to be a quest. I don't need you to tell me if it is or isn't or whatever, but I can't figure out what to do with that Soul Brand, which is the second rarest item at that entire camp. And there doesn't seem to be any clue on what the heck to do. So I don't know. I feel like maybe I'm missing something. You know, maybe you have some clues out there somewhere and I'm just not seeing them, but I would maybe double check on that and make sure that they're dropping properly or whatever, however you're supposed to figure that out, because it's confusing. I need to go back down there and fight and see if I can get the one-handed sword again, which also had no stats on it. It was really weird because you could get the Ring of Regret, you could get a Soul Brand, and you could get another one-handed sword, all off the same mobs. And the one-handed sword and the two-handed sword had 0 stats on it, and a kind of bad damage delay ratio. And then the Ring of Regret had stats on it. So well, I have a soul brand. Like, it's sitting in my bank. I just don't know what to do with it. Like, it just sits there because I couldn't figure it out. Jury's okay because everyone knows the hardest boss is capitalism. Nice. Also, wasn't a joke. Oh, serious? You want plate caster gear? Well, there is plate caster gear. I don't know if I have any on me anymore. Well, yeah, I do. I've got this right here. This is plate caster gear. You talking about you want a piece of plate that actually can be used by casters? That's going to be rare, if not impossible. But yeah, I want to say this. This Ember is the big beetle that spawns here, right? Doesn't it spawn here in this cubbyhole? We're gonna sit around and wait. Name mobs will pop on their own without killing placeholders. Sometimes, yes. It depends on the named mob. Sometimes. I mean, we can kill stuff in here, but I think this one spawns once every hour. I don't think it has anything to do with the placeholders here. It might, but I don't think it does. Yeah, I mean, it may Nicodemus, but what they could easily do with that is plate caster gear just has very high armor class on it, but it doesn't have very many stats, you know. But it's usable by casters. It would kind of be pointless armor, though. I don't think we need to be putting stuff like that in the game. I think that a lot of the meme stat stuff and the meme spells and all that kind of stuff, that's for later on. That's for after development's done. That's for after the game's been, you know, out and balanced and all that. Look at this. I'm killing... This is why I say that you can't solo. You can't solo as a fighter. These mobs are what? Light green to me. And just sitting here killing a few of these has cost me nearly half my life. And people are like, yeah, you know, let's make a fighter. Fighters are the best. They can't solo at all. Like, they really can't. They can kill these green mobs. Whoopity-doo. It's not memes. It allows alternative play styles. Not really, though. What are you gonna do if they give you plate caster gear? What is your alternative play style that you're gonna be getting out of it? Like, how would you play your character differently if you had plate caster gear? With nothing else changed, they just gave you plate. So you had high armor class. You gonna become a tank? Is that what your idea is? Oh, now I can tank mobs? I mean, I'm genuinely curious. You're right. Bone Knight, Necromancer melee. Okay, so you play a Shadow Knight. What? Like, I don't understand the difference. Take care, Nicodemus. Have a good one, bud. Look forward to seeing your post. On my end, I will hit up Rich and let him know to be looking for it. I'll have a great day. Yeah, I'll try to make a post soon. Like, I've been busy with the last week, so I didn't really get a chance. Like, I need to look into some of these items, you know, and figure out some more stuff. But I don't know. It just feels bad to me. I'm also kind of waiting on some things. Like, I don't want to make posts right now because I'm waiting on all these changes that are supposedly coming. Like Jahar, can we make from a specific user? Like, he made a post. I don't know, somewhere. Open beta is behind us. This one, I think it's this one right here. Like, there's just a lot of changes coming, and it's like we kind of have to. We're in a wait and see kind of situation, you know. And it's like, I feel bad. I feel bad saying some of the stuff that I say, but it's like we're all sitting around twiddling our thumbs. There's only 6 weeks left. You know, 6 weeks before they're shutting the servers down. So 6 weeks for us to try stuff out, give feedback, and then fix things or adjust things. I don't know. I'm pretty nervous at this point. Charm still broken in my opinion. XP still not very good. Itemization, I'm kind of, I don't know what's going on with that. So yeah. Shadow Knight is weak in the ways of bone magics. Okay. Well, that's the point, right? A Bone Knight melee necromancer is the master of magics, master of life, combined with armor, it makes them godly. Well, that's kind of the point, Muffin Chat. If they added in armor for the necromancer and they could have the same tanking capabilities as a Shadow Knight, but all of the magic capabilities of a necromancer, what reason would you have for a Shadow Knight? So, like, I get what you're trying to say. Like, we want an alternative play style. We want to be able to take our necromancer and tank with them. But the problem is it imbalances the game completely. It just makes it to where everyone that's a necromancer would want to take that armor and become this godlike necromancer. With that's the issue with it. That's the issue. Don't feel bad, sir. Better be honest. Candid is the best way to go. Heading out for real. Take care, Nicodemus. Have a good one, bud. I don't want to keep you. Have class changes sooner rather than later would be wonderful. Yeah. Or at least a general direction. Yeah, that's where I want to get to, right? Like, we need to... I want to see these changes. Like, he specifically made a post. Is it this one right here? Yeah, the update on classes. He specifically made a post when we say complete them with strong theme full kit with abilities, looking forward to level 60, etc., the first stage. Like, this post right here had me excited. And this was 12 days ago? So almost 2 weeks now. And we still don't really know what the classes are supposed to be. And I'm just like, okay, well, what are we going to do with this? You know, what... I don't know, man. Like, I'm a little nervous. Did they do a better job delineating between Archer and Ranger? Archer and Ranger are different classes, right? They are different classes. They're very different in their play styles. You can play a Ranger similar to an Archer, but the Archer is still a better ranged DPS class. So they are different, though. Having an Archer and a Ranger is wild. I don't know why not just a Ranger, and then you can use your bow or melee like an EQ. I mean, I don't disagree with that. I think that they should have just added in the Archer abilities to the Ranger, and then also had melee abilities on the Ranger, and just be like, it's a Ranger, and you have some choices of how they play and have them both be kind of balanced. But they chose to go a different direction with it. Yes, that's how I explained it as well, Feather Golem. Ranger is Aragorn, Archer is Legolas, in the case of Monsters and Memories. It is. It really is a Legolas versus Aragorn. And that's exactly how I explained it many times previously. But they could have very easily just made the... I don't think they needed 18 classes. I think 18 classes in this game is too many. It's just... I feel like it's too many. How long have we been sitting here at this camp? I don't even know. Probably 30 minutes or so. I want to see if Ember spawns without killing anything. But anyway, as far as Archer and Ranger go, they're different enough to where they can be two separate classes. They play differently enough. But should they have been? Maybe not. Because now what we're having, all these hybrid classes, right? All these hybrid classes that we have in the game, I think they need to go away. Not necessarily remove the hybrid class, but stop making them hybrids. To the point, what Muffin Chat was talking about, we just slap on some plate gear on a Necromancer and make him godly, right? Well, that becomes a Shadow Knight with better spells. So, why not differentiate them? Why does Shadow Knight have to be a Necromancer that wears plate? Why can't we just make the Shadow Knight its own unique class? And we don't need to have, it being part fighter, part Necromancer. Like, it's just, I don't know, it feels bad. Interesting enough, Rangers feel super close to Spellblade with some of their nature magic. Well, that's, yes. The Rangers now, Ranger, Spellblade, Archer, yes. They're kind of like, a Ranger is kind of like half of an Archer, half of a Spellblade put together into a hybrid, but they're also like half Druid, half Fighter. It's the whole Fighter class, or the whole hybrid situation that's happening in this game. They need to be unique, right? That's where I'm getting at with the whole hybrid thing. They all need to be unique. A Ranger should not be pulling from this and pulling from this and just make it a Ranger. Like, make it its own thing. Yeah. They did do some copy pasting of too many abilities from one class to another class. I think that was a major problem that they had for a while. And I think that's why we're in a situation now where we're having to do a full class overhaul. Hey, what's up, DM Tip? Vacation was good. Yeah, we had a good time. We all hung out. Did some cool stuff over in Blue Ridge. Walked around downtown. Went to a movie. Yeah, had a good time. Hybrids were a bad idea in EQ. I mean, in EQ, it was kind of a learning experience. But yeah, I think we learned from that. I thought we would learn from the hybrids in EQ instead of just like, oh, let's do it again. I feel like some of the stuff being copied from EQ is good. But I feel like some of the stuff being copied from EQ over to this game is kind of bad. It feels very bad. Hybrids are silly. They should have core classes and just with classes. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think that they should just make the classes. This class does this thing. This class does this thing. Somebody must have literally just killed this. I'm guessing. If the mob hasn't spawned yet, either that or we do actually have to kill these placeholders. But I'm told we don't. I came here specifically for your title. How does Fighter feel at almost max level? I mean, Fighter's good. It's not bad. I had a Fighter on the alpha that was level 60 as well. So I've been playing the Fighter a lot in this game. Fighter's in a good place, I feel like, overall. It's the one of the worst. It's probably the worst solo of the tanks. So don't play one if you want a solo. Like, I literally can't do anything without a team. Like, I was even on these very light green cinder drones. I'm losing health, as I try to fight them and clear them out. Like, just bad. Just feels bad. But it's fine. Like, I don't mind. My issue with Fighter being, or any of the classes being, basically exclusive to grouping is that grouping is not the best way to play the game right now. That's the problem. So, like, If you're playing a fighter or a rogue or a cleric or certain classes, they don't solo well, if at all. So then you end up getting kind of screwed over because nobody also wants a group. Or if they do want a group, they want to do small groups like duos and trios. Yeah, the whole thing just feels bad. Hope to see some variety with rogue poisons. I am too, yeah. Rogue poisons could add a lot to the rogue kit and make it fun. Is the issue solo is more effective, or is charm? Both. It's both charm and being solo. So charm itself is one issue. Charm is too strong, too reliable. If you gear for it, etc., etc. I'm not going to get into a debate about it today. But charm is too strong and too reliable and allows classes to solo extremely well. But even without charm, soloing is still better for some classes. Necromancer, druid, wizard, archer, ranger. There's a lot of classes that will gain XP faster while solo. In some cases, 2 times the amount of XP. If you take a full party of 6 players and go mass pull dungeons and kill a ton of mobs versus, let's say, a necromancer or, you know, certain other classes that can solo really well, the solo class will gain up to 2 times the amount of XP per hour. Like, that's bad. A duo, if I duo with, let's say, a healer, if I get Gith, my friend who plays a shaman, and if we duo together, I'm still making like 1.5 times the amount of XP that I would get in a full party. So we could take I could take a fighter and a shaman and add 3 DPS and an enchanter to that group. So 4 classes that should increase my kill speed, but it will decrease my XP per hour. Explain that. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I don't want him to do that, Pacer. I don't want flexing into roles or leaning into or overlapping with, which Sean kind of mentioned that the other day, which felt really bad. I was like, please don't say you're doing that. Like, he mentioned, like, I don't know if he used the word flexing or leaning or what it was. I don't remember the exact term that he used. But, yeah, he said something about that. But I think they need to be very careful how they word that. Because, like, a fighter leaning into a DPS role, that shouldn't be how that works. A fighter can DPS fairly well. I'll give them that. But it should not replace a DPS class. I don't care how much strength you give it. You could give it, cap its strength out, and it should do decent DPS, but it should still be doing like 80% that of a DPS class, But we'll see what happens. Do you think they'll have different types of poisons? Oh, yeah. I expect once the poisoning is done for rogues, I expect there to be like, at least 5 or 10 poison abilities that they can do to where you choose what poison you want to put. Kind of like taking a weapon and adding in, one of these sharpening stones to it, or drinking a potion. It gives you a 1-hour buff. That's what I think poison should be, and it should be like a 1-hour buff on those, like on your weapons or whatever, and you just have to keep up with it. But I don't know what they're gonna do. I don't want to solo. I have to solo because Forever Alone. But if you play a pet class, you always have an imaginary friend. You do, kind of, yeah. Ranger is the class I've been leaning towards for the for the versatility. I want my plate, but none of the tanks feel good or different at early levels. Like to even get a Shadow Knight pet, you have to get to level 8. Well, yeah. I mean, that makes sense, though. Like, I think they need to take away the pet completely from the Shadow Knight. I don't think Shadow Knights need pets at all. I don't think that the Shaman needs a pet. Druid needs a pet. Shadow Knight doesn't need a pet. Even the Spellblade gets a pet at 55. Doesn't need a pet. Take that away. Remove it. It's dumb. You know, like there's too many classes with pets. And I feel like that was another issue that they did, which they made too many classes the same. You know? Oh, this class needs more DPS. Let's add a pet to it. What the heck? Overlapping seems like a bad idea. Yeah. The 6-man party just needs to kill faster. Well, you would think that's the problem, Belvedere. Like, the issue is a full party of 6 players can be killing things the fastest they possibly can and still not keep up XP-wise to a solo or duo. Like, that's literally the issue. Like, it's... I think I saw a meme somewhere on, like, Reddit, and it was basically like, let's get slightly... I don't even think it said slightly more. I think it said something like, let's go find a group going into a dungeon and get the same reward XP-wise, but a small chance of getting an item for 7 times the amount of... what was the word they used? Danger or whatever, right? It was 7 times more difficult to do to get equal XP per hour and a possibility of maybe getting an item. But not even really like a strong possibility, like just like a very rare chance. And that's very true of this game. That's what's happening right now. The game is just, it feels bad. Put the Reddit down and slowly walk away. I don't read Reddit a whole lot, but it's that particular post, wherever it was on Reddit or whatever I saw it on, was very true. It's extremely true. Like if you play in a party of 6, you have to be deep in a dungeon where you have a high possibility of dying. You have to be pulling mobs constantly, like non-stop, chain pulling, chain killing mobs to just keep up with a very casual, slow pulling, easy to do solo or duo. It's bad. And then say 50% lower XP if pet does. Yeah, well, that's another issue, yeah. Add a full group XP multiplier, like 20%. They have an XP multiplier on groups, guys. Like that's literally already a thing. That's the problem. Is it's already a thing and it's still bad. I think the issue is with 6 people, there's nowhere with mob density or respawn rate that keeps everyone killing nonstop. No, there is. There is. There are many places where you can kill a mob literally every 20 seconds, right? Let's say you can get TTK down to 20 seconds, which you should be able to do in a lot of places. You can kill a mob every 20 seconds and still not keep up with XP-wise of a solo or duo. And a solo or duo can just kind of casually pull mobs whenever they feel like it. It's kind of very chill. When you kill things solo in a duo, you should get antisocial points. Give you stinky smell. I mean, maybe. But yeah, I've done it many times, guys. Like, I've done it many times in a full party of 6. I mean, there's been streams where I streamed in the morning with just me and Gith for hours on end, slowly, casually pulling, and just kind of doing whatever. And it shows my XP right there, right here on the screen, literally right there the whole time. And then I have later in the stream, we had a full party of 6 going deep into a dungeon and slaughtering mobs for hours. And you can see the XP difference. I mean, I don't know. It's very noticeable. You get way too much XP from greens and light blues. I don't even kill greens and light blues, so maybe you might be able to. Yeah, I think that they should definitely drop that off. Should they make majority of zones more chaotic? Mobs always in clumps of 5 can engage them. No, I don't think so. I don't think they should do that. Like, people often say to me that because I talk about it so much, about group XP should be better than solo XP. They're like, oh, so you don't like solo XP. It's the whole, so you don't like waffles comment, right? I want you to be able to solo, but when solo completely overshadows and is just better than group, why would anybody group? There's no reason. And that's where we're at right now. We're in a game right now where people are starting to figure out the meta, and they're starting to say, why would I add more players to my party when it ultimately hurts my party? If I'm able to get a duo and I'm able to kill the mobs at this spawn, there's no reason to add more people. I'm going to add a player. We're going to either run out of enemies or we have to pull faster and get more enemies and make it more dangerous. Every time you add a new player, you're adding more danger because you have to pull faster. But then you're decreasing the amount of rewards you get as well. So why would anybody do that? Mathematically, it just doesn't make sense. I'm almost certain that group will beat a solo to 60. Then why didn't they? The first level 60 on this server was a solo class. Charming. A charm solo class. I mean, I'm not shocked. Solo, duo, or trio best? Depends on your class. Charming was broke on the server launch. It still is. What do you mean? It was. The first 60 on this server was first because he played more than anyone else. Not because that's incorrect information, Coffee. That's yes, he played more than a lot of people, but he also soloed and charmed a bunch. Like, I get it. People want to defend it. I get it, but he also soloed and charmed a bunch. Maybe he did play more than other people, but what's his slash played? What is literally the time that it took him to get from level 1 to 60? Not because he was logged in more in a day, but his actual slash played to see how many hours he put into the game and what level he currently is, right? What is that time? I don't care that you played 20 hours a day. That doesn't mean anything. I could play 2 hours a day. You could play 20 hours a day. It should take me 10 times longer day-wise to get to the max level. But hours put into the game should be close to the same. But they're drastically different for somebody that is in a group of 6 versus somebody that soloed and somebody that charmed. Those are drastically different. He did those things, but reason he was first was not because he soloed or charming. Well, okay. Well, how many hours did he put in, Coffee? Like, I nobody's telling me this. Like, because people don't like. They're not looking at apples to apples here. It depends on the group, Coffee. It depends on the group, and it absolutely can be up to 200% or up to 100% better, not 200% better. So 2 times the amount of XP. That's the problem that I have with it right now. Like, literally the issue that I'm having is that a good solo class, necromancers, archers, wizards, druids, any of those classes versus a fighter, a rogue, a cleric, a spellblade, classes that kind of require a group. You put 6 of those classes in a group together versus a solo of the other class, you're going to be getting XP much faster. Much faster. A duo, and I've tested this personally tested it. A duo of a fighter and shaman duo, XP is about 1.5 times the rate of putting 6 players together, efficient players together, and trying to slaughter mobs using charm. So using the abused charm, it's still faster to be in a duo. I don't know. I don't know why people can't see it or do it or test it themselves. Like I don't understand it. I feel like some of these people that are doing it need to go and play some of the other classes. Go and play a rogue. Go and play a fighter. Go and play a spellblade versus your necromancers, druids, you know, your super solo classes. Play the other one. From like level them up and see what happens. See the difference. I think you're going to see a drastic difference. Don't think charm is a problem anymore either. Not like it was. I know I was super outspoken, but the changes have helped a ton. I think the changes have helped until you gear up charisma. But what does it help? How has it helped? All it does is requires charm classes to now gain charisma. That's all it did. I think it's tedious and it's not fun. Like I honestly think it's not fun. Like all they did is just made charm tedious, but it's still just as strong. No, Belvedere, you no, that's not how that's gonna work, dude. I mean that could be your assumption, but yeah. We don't even use charm anymore at 60, very rare. Okay, but it's still extremely strong. And people do use charm at 60. Like, you used it to soul. I'm only talking about the XP rate anyway, right? First and foremost. I'm only talking about the XP rate. That's it. That's all I'm talking about. I'm not talking about how you use charm in any other way other than XP. Now, we can talk about that. That would be a separate conversation. But I'm talking about leveling from 1 to 60 using charm. It's still a problem. I'm not going to sit here and debate it anymore. People know my stance on it. I've made it very clear, and it's the proof is literally in the game. If people can't see it, then we're not going to see it. That's it. You're just not going to see it. You either see it or you don't see it. That's all I can say. Has anyone tried 6 solo classes in a group, do their own thing, safely fall back on with ads? 6 solo classes? Not really. I mean, kind of. I'm charming solo on my druid and comparing it to my group, and my solo XP is not better than my 6-man party. What level is your druid? First of all, what group setup do you have? Second of all, what are you fighting? Third, you got to have, there's more information there, man. Oh, I'm fighting a bunch of green mobs versus my group killing a bunch of red mobs. We're also level 5. Right? Makes a big difference versus your level 50s. Or your level 30s or 40s or whatever. Like, you need so much more information, and a lot of people are just belting out information without giving any details whatsoever. You're charming dark blue and white con mobs. Okay, exactly how are you charming? What mobs are you charming? What are you doing? Like, there's more information there. Sounds like a simple solution is if solo and using charm apply. I mean, I think so. It's gray. I think that it is a pretty simple solution, but people are going to argue it. Anyway, I'm not going to argue it all day, guys. Go to the forums. If you don't believe me, go to Discord, go to Reddit. Argue it there. Clearly, you don't believe me. You want me to explain it for the, I don't know, 100th time. And like, I constantly am explaining this and going over how it's broken. And you're either going to agree or you're going to disagree. Go to the forums and argue it all day. Like, I promise you that solo charming is better. How many different classes have I played? I have played up to level 60, or at level 60. I have played Fighter, Elementalist, Enchanter, Druid. I've not personally played a Necromancer. My buddy played that. Wizard. Trying to think of some other classes that I played. Solo Charming is always going to be better. Needs to go or be drastically changed. I mean, I think it needs to be drastically changed. Yeah, I agree. I don't want it to go away though. Like, I want it to be good. Like, that's the thing. I want Charm to be good. I just don't want it to be overpowered and overshadowing the other classes. You have not maxed that many classes in Monster Memories? You talking EQ? I didn't say that I leveled them from 1 to 60. I said that I played them up to level 60. And yes, I have played them up to level 60. I was on the alpha server and I had access to all those characters. Monk is another one that I've actually played at level 60. I logged him in. I messed around with him for a little bit. So yeah. How do you feel about Inquisitor? I like them, but all the abilities don't really apply to enemies you find early game. So the Inquisitor, I think, is in a pretty good spot. I like the Inquisitor. I think it's really strong. I think it's very good. But it's a very niche class. So you have to understand how the class plays. I think it's very strong. You can literally stun lock something pretty much permanently. Which I think is a little bit overpowered. But anyway, give me 1 second. I have to use the restroom. I drank too much water this morning. Be right back. All right. They need to add a Gnome King class. All the abilities only work on gnomes to make them really powerful against them. I mean, they can make some fun stuff like that, yeah. You can charm the guards in town on the PvP server and kill everyone at the bank with Inquisitor at like level 12. I can see that happening. Well, do they get their charm at level 12? Their guaranteed charm? Is that what level it is? Inquisitor is in a good place, I feel like. They're pretty good. Like, you're going to want to have an Inquisitor, a high-level Inquisitor at level 60 for in-game content. They're good for various things. But also an Inquisitor leveling up from 1 to 50 is still a really good tank. You could even argue that they are a better physical damage mitigation tank than any of the other 3 tanks, even though they are a magical mitigation tank. The reason for that is because they can stun lock mobs. Now, they can't stun lock a named mob because most named are immune to stun. However, when you're just doing XP groups, you can stun lock a mob pretty much indefinitely and just burn it down. So, Inquisitors take less physical damage if played well than any of the other tanks. So you could argue that. Bard Charm sucks. It's getting worse. Yeah. I think Bard Charm is very annoying to use. That's why they were using it the way that they used it, which was the charm kiting thing, where you charm one mob and you run around in circles and let everything else beat on it, is because it only lasted for 18 seconds. So, like, Bard Charm in a group is not great. I mean, it can function, but it's not great. Is it because the XP gained from different con mobs are too close together? I don't have beta access. There is a bonus for yellow and red, and then they're like I guess a negative for blue con. But I don't know what the actual percentages are. I believe yellow con is like maybe 20% increase, but I don't know. I don't want to say anything for sure, because if I don't know the answer, if I don't feel like I know the answer, I won't talk about it. It's not great solo either. Might as well delete the skill. What part? The Bard Charm? I think at one point it was too strong solo. I'm guessing this does not spawn unless you actually kill these drones. That's my guess of what's going on here. Isar, were you logging in? I don't know if he was going to get on or not. I was just kind of goofing off over here. I'm thinking we might actually have to kill these. Because, like, we've been here for an hour. I'm pretty sure. Bards fine anyways, can solo, wanted in groups. I mean, yeah, I would say that a bard is in an okay place. I think that they need their songs buffed a bit. Like, I would be fine with them removing charm from bards. I don't think they need charm, personally. That would be one class where I'm like, yeah, they just don't need it. You're on 30 minutes. Resident call in the middle of the night. Woke me up, so kind of tired. Yeah, you're all good, Isar. But yeah, I think that bards need... I think they should get double attack rather than dual wield, so that they can use an instrument and kind of lean into that instrument usage a little bit more. I mean, I think they could also get dual wield and double attack if they wanted to. But yeah, I don't know. I just feel like that the bard, their songs need to be buffed a little bit. Some of their songs, like their damaging songs, I think are kind of pointless to use. Their haste is fine. Their secondary haste is fine. Their slow is fine. They've got like stat buffs, which I'm trying to remember stat buffs, how much they actually buff. Any tips for Torn Shipping Notice Quest? You were talking about it last stream, and I turned in the 4 notices, but it's kind of vague where to go next. You have to go to Sungreet Strand and see if a mob spawned. I don't like that quest because of how they have it set up. It's Cinder Beetle Gland. Is this the stuff that you turn in for the quest over here to get these Cinder Beetle armor or something? I want to say it is. Anyway, but yeah, you basically turn in the shipping notices, and then you have to go all the way back to Sungreet Strand and check to see if the mob spawned, kill that mob, loot an item, and then take it all the way back to that same NPC and turn it back in for an item, for the sword. It's kind of bad. Like, I feel like if you get the 4 shipping notices and you turn them in, it should spawn the mob, because you still have to run all the way over to it. Or get somebody to teleport you. A druid can teleport you over there. I don't like it. I like Charm My Bard for pulling. A lot of utility. Can use it on a caster or something in water so I don't get hit. I use it in party if someone is hitting wrong target and breaking mez. Yeah, I mean, there's uses for it for sure. I think bards need to be higher DPS rather. I agree. I think that Bard, they should increase the damage of the Bard rather than giving it Charm. But that would be, you know, my opinion of it. I don't really care, though, like what they do with Charm or what they do with Bards, as long as they don't overshadow other classes. And, you know, Charm right now on a Bard, I don't feel like it's overshadowing any other classes because it does break in 18 seconds or less if you don't have enough charisma. So, I don't know. You don't use it for DPS boost in game. Too much risk of damage slowing down the XP. I don't think it would slow down the XP. Before Nick left, he said Bard was going to get double attack back. Yeah, Nick said a lot of things. He said a lot of things. But I think that Bards, you know, getting double attack would be fine. I don't see an issue with Bards getting double attack. I think if they got rid of Charm, give Bards double attack, give them dual wield and double attack, they're still not going to be doing as much damage as a DPS class because DPS classes also have damaging abilities. A Bard just has buffs for the most part. They have a damage with their dissonant, whatever, songs, riffs, whatever they're called, their rift abilities. But those rift abilities don't do a lot of damage. You can stack up to 5 of them on one mob, but they don't do a ton of damage. So, yeah, I don't know. But I agree with Pacer. Yeah, I think Charm should be more of a CC. So, like, you have to think about it, right? Like what you were just saying, Blade Spirits, where you charm a mob because people keep breaking Mez, so you charm it instead. Like, there's a use for Charm without it being this overpowered DPS class or this overpowered DPS ability. You can use Charm to CC a mob that can't be broken by players, right? It also adds some DPS while you CC. Like, it's got a lot going for it. I'm trying to figure out my group's comp. We have 3 people and kind of like your fighter, shaman, duo points. Would you add a third to that party? Right now, no. Adding a third to that party will slow down your XP. I mean, there's really nothing you can add to that party that would speed it up and make it better. It's weird the way that it works, and kind of sad, to be honest. We actually did that yesterday. Last night, I got home yesterday afternoon, and I was grouped up with Gith. We were duoing some stuff, just killing mobs normally. XP was going okay. It was slow. It was chill. It was fun. Everything was fine. Our friend got on his Bard and decided to come down and join us. As soon as he showed up with the Bard, XP rate did not seem to increase, but the chaos of having a Bard there, constantly pulling, using Charm to charm mobs, just doing things that Bards do, honestly, just it made it more stressful and didn't give us any more reward. It made it worse. Gith was trying to work last night while we were doing it, and he was like, he couldn't get his work done. Like, it was a whole thing. It's a whole thing. That's why, like, I don't like it. Charm should have a massive reduction damage from charm target. I agree with that. Yeah. Actually resisting your commands, pulling their punches. That's 100% what I have said multiple times, Blade. I mean, unfortunately, take it up with people on Reddit or Discord. People are going to continue to argue it all day. They're going to argue it all day. Either you agree with me or you disagree with me, and there's literally nothing that's going to change either of our minds. It's very unfortunate. They addicted to the solo juice? Yeah, they are. Yeah, I would like to see Charm like be more reliable but less powerful. Which what they did is the exact opposite of that with their current changes. They made it less reliable but kept the power super strong, right? I think fighters with 120 charisma should be able to charm. Yeah, maybe. We should be able to like charm them through what would they call that? Like intimidation charm. They're so scared they just fight for you. Okay, whoever said this was an hour respawn clearly lied. So I don't think it's an hour respawn. I think it's literally like, yeah, I think it's literally you gotta kill the placeholders. They should let you charm white, yellows reliably, but stat adjust them. Yeah, I mean, you guys, you're either gonna say stuff that I agree with or strongly disagree with. There's really no middle ground. I think a lot of us agree that charm is too strong. And the funniest part about it is the people that are using charm are the ones saying that it's fine where it's at. The people that don't have charm on their toolkit are the ones that are saying charm is too strong. It's, you know, it's very clear. It's very clear. Is there a way to turn off chat filters? Yeah, you can. So you down here, it's like you have your chat or whatever. You can right click and filters. You can change whatever filter you want right in this area under where it says filters. Yeah. Blue mobs in the 50 to 60 bracket are still extremely strong. Yeah, they're stronger than any player. I have charm and I don't want it to be a key tool set of my class. That's good. I mean, at least there are people out there. The profanity filter? Yeah, the profanity filter is somewhere in your settings. I think they moved it. I don't know where it is. Chat filters. I don't know. I don't know where it is. Is you just filter off, profanity filter off? Can you just type that? Yeah, I haven't messed with mine. I leave it on. It's fine with me. You can slash filter off. There you go. Yeah, just slash filter off. That'll turn it off for you. Enchanter players who defend charm to the death are the P99 guy who only have played Enchanter for like 25 years. I mean, I agree with that, yeah. Does Rogue need a group to level? Yes. Do you know how they are at later levels? Sorry if you already asked. No, you're good, Swamp. Yes, a Rogue is going to struggle if they're trying to solo. Absolutely, they're going to need a group of some sort. Now, can you solo? Like this is where it gets a little bit weird and a little like people will argue it. Can you solo? Yes. Should you solo as a rogue? Absolutely not. Can you solo on any class in the game? Technically, yes. Should you? Absolutely not. So, and unfortunately, if you go on Reddit or go on Discord or something, you're going to be like, a rogue can't solo. And people will literally argue with you and be like, no, they can solo. They just do it at a snail's pace, right? They don't put that asterisk on there and tell you, no, rogues can solo just fine. Well, technically, yes, they can, but you don't want to. It would be awful, awful, awful. On the boxing servers, do you know if you can multi-box several clients on a single PC? You can, yes. Yes. I mean, I could open up another client on this PC, and yeah, you can have... I've had, like, not on this server, because it's no box server, but on the old alpha server, I think I've had, like, three different clients on the same PC running. So you absolutely can. The Enchanter buff they can put on individuals, a cool idea. I'd love to see that expanded on more. Oh yeah, the Enchanter Enchant Ally. Yeah, I thought Enchant Ally was a great idea. All right, we're gonna kill these one more time and see if the name spawns. This is another reason why I'm like, certain classes that can already solo really well are already getting the best XP in the game. And then people are like, argue, oh, you need a group or whatever. Anyway, as a fighter, trying to even sit at a green camp to farm items is not worth doing. Because you can't really keep the, I mean, you can keep it clear. I don't know how to explain what I'm talking about. This feels bad. I'll post a similarly mild comment on Discord and wake up to propaganda or paragraphs or replies. Got some interesting people in there. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. There's people in there that will literally just argue to argue. Like, absolutely have, they don't read what you say, or they do read it and they don't comprehend it or whatever. You know, to the point of what I was just saying, you know. Isn't that just the MMO crowd in general? I mean, it is. It is. Yeah. But, like, I mean, I've talked about Charm ad nauseum. I've talked about the group versus solo XP ad nauseum. And people just, they take little bits and pieces of what you say, and they hyper focus on that one statement. They don't look at the bigger picture. Like when I say Charm is overpowered, they're just like, it's not overpowered. It does blah, 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 you know, whatever. And they go on and on and on about it. And it's like, yeah, but it's the bigger picture of the whole thing. That's why, like, I don't know. I'm just tired of arguing it. You know, I respect other people's opinions. I do. But, yeah. I think certain things are completely ruining this game. And Charm is one of them. But I don't want Charm to go away. That's kind of where I was going with that statement just a second ago. Is I'll say Charm is overpowered, and they're like, "Oh, you want Charm gone?" No, I didn't say that. Here's one for you to change it up. If you could change just one thing about Fighter, what would you change? I don't want them to have crits. I mean, there's a lot of things I would change about Fighter. I don't think they should have crit, nor should they have triple attack. Make them like more defensive. Give them riposte. You know, like just less offensive, more defensive is what I would like to see the fighter. Charm is super OP, but I think the lack of balance is what makes these old school games shine. Lack of balance is good, but lack of balance to the point where one spell defines an entire group of classes. One spell is just like clearly dominating the game. That we can't have that kind of unbalance. I don't mind things being slightly unbalanced. Like, that's not an issue. Like, again, to my point of what I've been saying this whole time, I can say one thing and people talk about something completely different, right? They go very far to the other direction of it. Imbalance is good, but Charm being extremely overpowered is bad. Right? Those two things can both exist. Like, it doesn't dictate, right? I love the Charm discussion, but I had a question about camp claiming outdoors. Play nice policy is kind of vague on it. What constitutes a camp? Okay, if there's 3 tents together, is that a camp, or do you have... So what constitutes a camp is, can your group, or can you as an individual or your group maintain that area, right? If there's 3 tents next to each other, sure, that could be one camp if your group can kill all the mobs at all 3 tents. But if you're playing solo and you can only kill one of those tents before it starts to respawn, then no, you can't claim all 3 of those camps. It's based on, can you defeat the enemies that you are camping within a reasonable amount of time? Like, if one spawns, you don't immediately have to pull it. But can you maintain that camp for, you know, over time? That's what the definition of a camp is. Dual wield shields. I mean, I've seen that in other games. Yeah. If I had to take a guess, by no means a psychologist, I think people concerns are given nature or development MMO. Undertuning, overtuning nerfs. People are concerned that any complaints in their class result in a nerf. Yeah, I think so too. That's where I started out with. In my opinion, we should have in this game. They should have started out with things being way underpowered, classes being way underpowered, characters being underpowered, monsters being overpowered. That's where they should have started. And then you're only buffing characters or nerfing monsters to then get them to where they're even or balanced. That feels good, right? It makes you happy when you can't kill something and they buff your class and now you can kill it. But when it's the opposite of that, when things are super strong and then they're like, oh, we have to nerf these things, now you feel bad about it. But it needs to happen to get balance in order. And that's where it's kind of weird to me. It's kind of funny. Is like they should have started the other direction. But they didn't, and here we are. What's the nerf you want? What nerf do I want? I don't necessarily want anything nerfed. I just want things balanced properly. So yeah. What are your thoughts on Sal and its impact on the game? I think Sal is okay. However, it is kind of a required thing. You know, you kind of want Sal in your party. You want somebody to be able to cast it on you every hour. It's very nice to have, but I don't think it's anything else outside of like clarity, or not clarity, but enlightenment on an enchanter. Every caster wants to have enlightenment as much as they possibly can. Or every melee class wants haste, attack speed haste, as much as they possibly can. So, you know, I wouldn't say that it's much different than those abilities, but it's just speed of the wild. Everybody wants that. Whereas haste, only melee classes want it, or enlightenment, only casters want it, kind of thing. Sal needs more tiers, lower level speeds. I mean, they could do it that way, yeah. But I think buffs in general in the game need to be toned down to a certain extent. People would probably disagree with me on that, but I think that buffs, like your damage shield buff, is way too strong for power leveling. Just way too strong. So like, I don't know. I think that pretty much every buff in the game, a level 60 player putting a buff on a level 1 character should not be the same benefit as putting it on another level 60 player. You know, like if I take a cleric and I give a fighter 300 HP, at a level 60 fighter 300 HP versus a level 1 fighter 300 HP, that's a drastic difference. And I know people want to be able to twink their characters and power level and all that. I get it. But it kind of breaks the low level game. No, I know exactly what people are going to say, Skeet Show. Like, you guys aren't like, this isn't like where you're like, oh, I know exactly what he's not thinking about. This isn't news to me. Like, and I'm not trying to be mean or disrespectful in saying that. You guys are not coming up with like enlightening moments for me here, where you're like, yeah, but you're not thinking about the power level, or you're not thinking about, you know, we like to do this and this. No, I totally get that, right? I get that. It can be fun, but it's also like putting in a cheat code. You know, like, if I can just type in a cheat code, why would I not do that? Now I'm not playing the game in its intended way of a group-based game, because I can just have another character power level me. Solo XP is already the best in the game. Now I'm a solo with a 30-point damage shield and 500 health at level 1. Why would I ever group up with anyone? I wouldn't group up with anyone until like level 40 at that point. In a group-focused game. That's the problem that we're seeing, right? So, yeah. I think it needs to scale, Mr. Rowdy. I agree. I think it needs to scale to their level. I think WoW Classic does a great job of implementing buffs that scale to level. Yeah, and I think that this game needs to also scale to level. Like, I don't like any of that. It all comes back to solo players ruining the MMO genre. Everyone wants power, but nothing should compare to group level. I agree with that. I agree with that. Hey. Yeah, give me Sal. What a nice guy. What a nice fella. Saw me running slowly. I was like, I'll hook you up, buddy. Where are all these people going? Probably going to get that camp that I just left. Personally, like the old school MMOs for lack of that. For lack of what? The levels, the scaling of the buffs, yeah. No, difference of opinion, sure, yeah. Like I'm not saying anything about that. My issue is this game is created for grouping, right? Based on grouping. It's literally their entire their mission statement is they are building a group-focused MMO. But then they have all of these ways in which you can play the game more efficiently solo. So where's the group focus part? That's the problem that I see. Like, variety of life, you know, variety is the spice of life, and what you just said, opinion is what makes world beautiful. Yes, right? So there's plenty of games out there that allow you to play a game solo or in small groups or whatever, or make you feel ultra powerful. Diablo or Path of Exile. You're one player and you're running around blasting thousands of enemies. You could play, what is that other game? They made a Zelda version of it, but I can't remember the name of it now. Anyway, the game where you swing your sword and just massive enemies just start flying around all over the place. They have those games for that power level. If you want to play a game where you are just basically a god, you have those games out there. There's very few games where it requires you to group up. Like, I can't think of very many games where they're like, nope, the focus of that game is to make groups, to form parties, to form friendships, and play together. And that's the thing is, yeah, we want to have variety. I want to have a different variety of game. You know, opinions, like you said, is what makes the world beautiful. One opinion is being represented a lot, while the other opinion is barely represented at all. So I don't disagree with you, but I disagree with the amount of representation there. Maybe I don't disagree with the amount of representation, but the problem is I don't feel like, you know, that we have enough of those games. Dynasty Warriors. Yes, thank you. Dynasty Warriors is the game I was thinking of. I don't know why the devs are afraid of changing mechanics later on to adjust stuff for populations. Twinking's popular in EQ because you can't find low-level groups. I agree. Yeah. And I think that's the part of the issue. That's what people are thinking about. They're thinking about like, oh, well, I'm not going to be able to find a group later on. Okay, well, right now you can find a group. And the reason you can't find a group right now is because everyone can solo. Well, not everyone. Because there's a lot of classes that can solo so well. So you can't find a group because they just want to solo. So they're literally, they're hurting themselves. People that are saying that, oh, we need to have this variety, or we need to have being able to twink characters and being able to power level. We need all that stuff. Those are the same people that are complaining that they can't find a group. You can't find a group because of those things. You're literally hurting yourself. Like, I don't see how people can't see that. I really don't. Definitely willing to change mechanics. They changed Bard Charm quite a bit to remove something. No, that was... Well, I don't want to say no. They are willing to make changes in sometimes and unwilling in others. But that was also a Nick change. Not that, you know, whatever. That person that was doing those changes and making those changes is no longer part of the company. So, or part of the game development. If they want to be able to blast through low-level gameplay, then sure. Well, yeah, that my issue is exactly what you're saying, Rowdy, is that's what the devs want. The devs have said what they wanted, right? And to the point right here, wherever they said it, we're nailing down the theme of the classes, etc. We're refining the mechanics, doing all these things. With continued testing and player feedback, we'll also refine how classes, etc., right? They're constantly refining these things. But they also said somewhere in here that they want to make sure they give us the definition of what they're doing. Right here, again, while we're certain to add an update on abilities, in some cases will result in removing abilities that don't fit or just aren't playing out the way we imagined in game. Right? This right here is a very important sentence from a dev that people need to read and comprehend. It's a very important sentence. Sometimes they're going to result in removing abilities that don't fit. Like, that doesn't mean your class is being nerfed. It means that they're trying to balance the game, guys. They're trying to make it the way they want the game to be. Because they've said many times what they want out of this game. It's very clear the type of game they want. And all I see sometimes are people arguing against what the devs have already stated that they wanted. Which makes zero sense to me. Please be Charm. I don't think it's going to be Charm. I don't think you're going to remove Charm. Specifically, the one that Sean gave as an example of that is removing pets from some class. From a class that does not need a pet. What class that is, who knows, because there are, apparently, from what I'm told, 13 classes that have pets out of 18 classes. I don't know where they got the 13 number from, but yeah. I know of 7 classes that have pets that are usable, but people say that there's 13 classes that have pets. So, I don't know. Hope they bring titles to the game. They're going to have titles at some point. Yeah, that's going to be a thing. Supposedly. A portion of gamers have always acted out blatant self-interest when it comes to balance. They do, yeah. And they're going to continue to do that. That's not going to go away. That's why, in my opinion, the devs need to stick to what they've said that they're trying to build. I feel like, and I've said this many times, this is the path that they chose, right? They started to deviate from that path over here. Now they need to deviate back. There's a path that they chose, and that's the reason I am interested in this game. Is because of the path that they laid out. You know, an old school social-based MMORPG. They're taking the social out of it. Well, they have taken the social out of it a lot. They've deviated from that. Yes, I agree with that, Westmore. Yeah, people are arguing out of their point of view, not the intent of the devs. Absolutely. I try to say, based on the intent of the devs, I have my own personal opinions, right? Like, I would say my personal opinion, remove Charm completely from the game, just get rid of it. But that's my personal opinion. I don't think the devs want that. And I'm fine with them leaving Charm in the game if they want to do that. Like, if there's nothing, Charm is not an issue. It's how effective Charm is that is the issue. Like, the Charm ability itself isn't a problem. Do you think Dev was better when it was public or streamed every moment? I think I think that we recently, with the development streams and everything, like, I think that has caused more problems than it has helped. Like, it's cool to be able to have direct access to devs for us as players. I think it's really fun. It's neat to watch the process, be able to ask questions, get answers, you know, kind of in real time. Like, that's really awesome. That's fun for us. However, it's made the development of games that do that, they change more to the loud minority of players rather than the quieter majority of players that want a game to be made a certain way. You know, you end up with very wowification of games where the games are made for the dad gamer that doesn't have time anymore to play a game, so they want to be able to solo very well and efficiently, and we end up, the game just slowly starts to shift in that direction. That's fine if that's the game that they're trying to make, but that's not the game they're trying to make. They made it very clear that is not the game they're trying to make. But they continue to very slowly go in that direction. And I don't know, it feels bad to me. Maybe it doesn't feel bad to you all, but it feels bad to me. I'd be a little bit duped if I walked into a place and it said, we're doing this, and you walked in and it's not that. Not whatever it was, whatever enticed you. That's like a bait and switch kind of situation, you know? Yeah. I'm not saying that's what they're doing, but it's what it feels like sometimes. THJ had a great way to deal with that problem. Player communication, etc. They would do a 1 to 2 hour QA with the community, with a streamer taking questions. Yeah, but I didn't like THJ at all. But maybe you're talking about just like not the game, but the way that they did the community talking, whatever. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I like what Diablo does, or Blizzard does, with their Diablo fireside chat. Right? It's more structured. Way more structured. They talk about very specific things. They take questions. They answer specific questions that they're willing to answer, but they're not gonna, you don't have a direct line to the developer answering the question. It's kind of filtered through somebody else. So, right now, Beastmaster Pets outperform everything. Not sure why people are stuck on Charm. Oh, I agree with that too. Beastmaster Pets are very, very overpowered. Extremely overpowered. Yeah, 100%. People are stuck on Charm because 5 classes have it or something. Like, a lot of classes, it's more prevalent. Beastmasters are way too overpowered. Way overpowered. Yeah, Beastmaster Pets are like Dire Charm. They're basically a Dire Charm. So they're even more powerful than Charm. Yeah, absolutely agree. That doesn't mean that Charm shouldn't get fixed and changed. That means that both Beastmaster Pets and Charm need to be fixed and changed. They're two separate discussions. Yeah, the Beastmaster HP is just like out of control. They have so much health. It is so out of control. What I would like to see is a Necropet offer more group than Charm and maybe Mana Battery. That would be great for raids, but need more for a group. I agree. Yeah, I would like to see them have more for a group as well. Necromancers are pretty good in a group, though. They're not bad. But what the devs have said they're trying to do is increase TTK so that dots are more effective, and that would make a Necromancer better. Make it to where they can actually cast their dots. Then they also have their pet. Then they also have their mana battery and slight amount of healing. They have their Feigned Death, which they can use to pull. They have their immune bubble. You know, they have a lot of things that they can bring to a party. But Charm, right now, much like, you know, I don't know. Charm right now is just overshadowing many other abilities that these classes have. And that's weird. But yeah, anyway, that's just my opinion. You know, like, yeah. You guys weren't able to do it last night? Yeah. People are going to lose their mind when they start rebalancing. Well, yeah, they're already balancing a little bit now. They're starting it. That's part of the itemization that we were talking about earlier. And I probably should have brought this up with Nicodemus a little bit. But yeah, I'm down to do whatever if people want, or if you want to, but you know. All right, I'll run over there to that camp. I'm just running around getting herbs. But yeah, what I was saying is like the change in God, what is it called? Itemization. That's where I was going with it. Itemization feels really bad right now, but I think it's part of those rebalance changes. So like that's kind of where I was getting at earlier in the conversation, was saying they're changing this over here, so it feels really bad, but because their ultimate goal is this thing way over here. And until we get all of the changes in place and we can see the full picture, it's gonna certain things are gonna feel really bad. Like Charm could be in a perfectly balanced place of where they want it to be once everything else is balanced where they want it to be, right? Which could potentially be what's happening. Like maybe Charm is perfect where it currently is, and everything else in the game is not balanced properly. I don't know. That's the issue that I'm running into right now, and why I don't like talking about a lot of this stuff. You know, I do talk about it a lot, but I don't like to because I don't know. I don't know where they're trying to go with it. That's where I think they need to. I really want to get an official statement from the devs. I want to say that I even said that back here somewhere. Do they even have the old forums? Yeah, the closed testing forums. Somewhere in here, I think I put it under like, not on discussion, announcements, bug reports. I don't know. I put it under here somewhere. But it was a post I made a long time ago that basically said we need more direction on what you all as the devs want. Because people are arguing about stuff that makes zero sense. Yeah. Like, I'm sure we could power level him. I'm in that camp. We need to wait and see what's coming down the pipe. Yeah, well, and I get that, right? I get we need to wait and see what's coming, but we only have 6 weeks left for early access. And some of the things that they have coming, some of these changes they have coming are, we need to see them. Like, we need to know what they're doing so that we know what class to pick in early access. Like, it's kind of, and if they don't change certain things by early access, they're broken currently. They're going to just completely break early access, in my opinion, right? So I don't know. Well, like I like the wait and see, but I feel like we've also been waiting to see for a long time. You know, at some point, action needs to happen. I guess is where I'm going with that. They aren't getting this stuff done before EA. No, there's a lot of stuff they're not going to get done before EA, which is bad. Did I not harvest that? I did. Okay. Which is bad. Like, certain things need to happen, man. Like, we're I don't know. We're on a time crunch at this point. So, we'll see. I don't think it's going to be rapid changes, Blades. I think they're just going to be, like, changes that people don't like. I feel like some of this stuff needs to be more set in stone by the start of early access, so that people aren't blindsided when early access starts. You know, like, I used fighter as an example because I play a fighter. So is a fighter a tank, or is the fighter a DPS class? And they could easily go in either direction at the start of early access. If I start based on their website description of the fighter being, quote, a premier tank, and then I level up to 60 in early access, and now all of a sudden they're like, okay, we're going to start tweaking these classes, and now fighter all of a sudden is a DPS class, I'd feel pretty bad about it. I'd feel extremely bad about it, because I'd be like, no, I made a fighter as a tank. And Sean talked about this on his stream recently, and he said that they do not want to do that. They want to make sure we have a clear description of what these classes are. And I think they have a clear description, but I feel like the community as a whole doesn't understand the description is the problem. Because I still see people today that are saying that fighter is it can quote unquote flex into a DPS class. And it cannot. It is not a DPS class. It is not meant to be a DPS class. So they're going to be doing a lot of their major changes after EA that they announced. Let me find Jahar's quote. Well, it was right. I just looked at it, dude. We just had it up on the screen. Well, anyway. Yeah, we were just looking at it. They can't make those changes after EA starts. That's what I'm trying to get at, Westmort. They can, right? They can make those changes as much as they want. But if they do, it's going to really hurt their game. Like, they need to have it worked out. They need to, like, here's what it is. Players don't want to be duped. They don't want to be duped. Now, if they want to get, you know, a bunch of negative reviews on Metacritic or whatever, but I feel like it's going to end up hurting them a lot if they do it that way. All right, I'm at the spot down here, the slime-covered stuff. Yeah, no worries. Their next announcement patch on class development direction is one of the biggest moments for the game. It is, yeah. People in a static are now on the fence about early access. They don't need everything fixed, but they need concrete vision. Yes, that's what I'm getting at, Nidiak. I agree with that. They need to have a firm foundation of what they're going for, and they need it to be very clear to the community. That's the thing. That's what they need to have right now, and they don't have that. Well, I feel like they do have that. I feel like the community as a whole doesn't see that. Like, you could easily go here, you know, to Monsters and Memories, and click on, is it the Community Hub? I think it's under Community Hub. Oh, maybe it's not. World. Yeah, under World, click on Classes. And you can read these. You know, a range-based damage class, etc., etc. I personally feel like these are very self-explanatory. Jack of all trades fighter whose music supports allies and enthralls enemies. I mean, that's basically what it does, right? They're a support class. They support allies and enthrall enemies. So, I don't know. I feel like it's pretty self-explanatory. But I don't know. The community as a whole doesn't feel like that. Yeah. Anyway, a very common statement will be the devs don't respect my time and make sweeping changes to my class that make me want to play something else now. Yeah, that's already a very common statement. I was in the Bard discussion not long ago, and they don't even acknowledge Bard description as having jack of all trades in it. Yeah. Yeah, there's stuff. Best tank in a game is a charm pet. Well, I would disagree with that statement to some extent. The best tank in a game is a Beastmaster pet. Because it doesn't have the chance of breaking. Beastmaster pets have like insane amounts of health. You're going to stop by on your 41 Necro for some power leveling? With a tight timeline before EA, implementation of these changes will be continued through the remainder of beta and no doubt into EA itself. Yeah, I know. I too can read. But that, I mean, I'm talking about those things, right? Implementation of these changes continuing through early access versus not knowing anything about them are two different statements. We're talking about having a foundation, knowing what it's going to be, and then implementation of those as it continues, right? And changes made during early access. But we need to have that foundation. Is the fighter supposed to be a tank or a healer? Or sorry, a tank or a DPS? Is a necromancer supposed to be a DPS class or a support class? Or like, what are they supposed to do? What is their role? We need to know that before early access. They can make tweaks to it to get to that to like make that happen during early access, but we need to know, like, that's the thing. We need to know. I was planning on making a fighter. Are you saying they don't get good DPS? No, they do. I see no problem with fighter being able to do both tank and DPS. So that's the problem, Young. That's the problem. A fighter is good DPS for a tank. Very specific. They are not good DPS. Period. They are good DPS for a tank. So as a tank, yes, they do very good DPS. But when compared to the other 17 classes in the game, how do they compare DPS-wise? So if we go to Monsters and Memories Wiki, right, and we look at classes. Oh, class right here. So you have all of these classes under the DPS category. You know, Elementalist, Necromancer, Wizard, Archer, Ranger, Basemaster, Monk, Rogue, Spellblade. Every one of these classes, I would say every one of these classes, including the Necromancer, should be higher DPS than all of these classes down here. Some would argue that that's not the case. Some would say, oh, fighters should be able to do better DPS than some of these DPS classes. Sure, there's an argument for that. But that's not what this game is. So these out of these four tanks, a fighter and a Shadow Knight are higher DPS than the others. But they should all be lower DPS than the DPS classes. I don't know. Anyway. Lost their way a bit. Lines between certain classes, roles. Yeah, they absolutely lost their way a lot. Having things more solidified at EX is also important. Yeah. It's the back and forth that gets players frustrated. I don't think there's been too much back and forth. I think it started on this path and it started going this direction and it continued to go this direction. And some players liked it, some players didn't like it. The players that liked it are the ones that are advocating and they want to have a solo MMO. I feel like what a lot of players want, they want themselves to be able to solo and do things that no one else can do, so that they can achieve, greater success. But that's not going to happen. You're not going to have one person being able to do it and others not. EQ Legends is a big worry as well if they don't get class. Well, EQ Legends right now is building up that solo-based game. For everybody that keeps saying that they want to have overpowered charm, they want to have, a game that respects your time. They want to be able to solo when they don't have time to get into a group or whatever. That's EQ Legends, guys. They're making that game. That's also Final Fantasy 14. That's also World of Warcraft. It's a lot of games. They've already made those, or they're currently making those. They're there. So, I don't know. I don't see why people want specifically this game has to cater to their particular needs or wants. I support the devs' decision on whatever they want to do. Yes, exactly, Skeet. That's where I'm at. I will support the devs' decision, whatever direction they want to go with this game, but let us know the direction and let's go that direction, right? I don't want to have a game where we're picking a direction, we're saying this is what we want, and then we go over here. Like, doesn't make sense. If they want this to be a very solo-friendly MMO, then sure, make this a very solo-friendly MMO. Look at all these rings of regret. Rings of regret. I might actually use one of those rings, a second one of these rings, because it's less strength, but it's more agility. I don't know. I don't know what's going to actually be better. I kind of like the strength right now when I'm soloing is probably better. But anyway. Fighter should never outperform a monk in DPS, since a monk will never outperform a fighter in tanking. I agree with that. Yeah, I agree. Fighters shouldn't have to equip a shield to tank, but I do agree that fighters should want to equip a shield. But Shadow Knights, Inquisitors, and Paladins don't want to equip a shield right now either. They want to use a two-handed weapon. It's better. It's just flat out better. I think too many people compare this game to WoW, seeing the fighter and thinking Fury. Yeah, that happens too, Bob. Yeah. Well, I think part of the issue is too many people compare this game, period. Right? And I'm doing it too. We all do it. We're saying it's too much like EverQuest. It's too much like WoW. There's too much of this. There's too much of that. Why can't it be its own game? Why can't we do that? Why can't it be Monsters and Memories? Sure, it's going to have some similarities to other games that we love. But why can't we have Monsters and Memories? I don't. That's what I don't get. I just don't get it. We were on a straight line from point A to point B, and then we started getting Twitch chat involved in development. 100%. Yes, that's where I've seen an issue as well. 100%. Fighters should be pacifist healers. Maybe. Players want to be a powerhouse, not realizing it removes a sense of satisfaction of completing anything. Yeah, I agree with that. Exactly. That's what ARPGs are for. I agree with that. Like, if you want to have this power fantasy where you feel just like godlike power, you have Diablo and Path of Exile and Titan Quest or whatever. There's several of them, right? There's many of those kinds of games where you feel that power. Dynasty Warrior, we talked about that earlier. Like, you have this godlike power where you're just taking out slews of enemies. Those games are out there. There's a reason you don't play them. Why don't you play them? Because it gets super boring, I think. Some people like that, but you don't play them very long, you get tired of it. when a game is too easy and you can solo the entire thing, people get tired of playing it. I mean, it happens all the time. The reason you want to continue to play this game is because, or a game like this, is because of the challenge. You know, being required to put in the time, being required to put in the effort. It keeps you coming back to the game. If you could just do everything easily, every time I logged in, if it was easy, I wouldn't log in anymore. I wouldn't want to play it. I agree. Yeah, this game will succeed if they try. If they try to make their own game, the game will succeed. If they try to compete with, which I don't think the devs are doing. I think that's the funniest part about it. I don't think the devs are trying to compete with World of Warcraft or even EverQuest. I think they're trying to make their own game. I think that players are trying to make the devs compete with World of Warcraft or EverQuest or any other game. The community is the problem. They're trying to make the devs compete when the devs themselves are not competing. It's so weird to me. So stinking weird. I don't want to pull that. I don't know which one of these are social and which ones are not social. Making a game they want to play, and if others want to play it, all the better. Yeah, that's how I look at it. Why do you... Ouch. I have a question for you regarding that exact statement. I'll read the statement to make sure we're all on the same page. Do you think 200 subs are going to be streamers who have the luxury to stay home and play all day? Why is it that streamers somehow have this luxury? Why specifically that statement? Like, do you think that streamers are just millionaires? All of them? As a whole? Too focused if you have a job and have no free time to play an EQ game? I mean, yeah, people. I mean, there are content creators that are able to do that, but I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like that statement. I think that statement itself is going to just cause issues, right? The whole, streamers ruin games. Streamers have more time to play them and blah, blah, blah. Like, what, you think that we're all like millionaires and just like sit around all day? I don't know. Not at all, but I'm saying the company has to make money. Nothing is free, and they will make most of their money from people who work. Okay, so you're saying that streamers don't work? Like, literally, like this is the problem with these statements. You're making very bold assumption that because somebody's playing a video game, they're streaming a video game, they don't work. And they're not willing to pay for the game, which is not a true statement. But it's you seem to hate streamers and content creators. Why specifically are streamers a problem in your opinion? I don't. I'm trying to figure it out. Streamers promote games and give us a chance to see what it's like. I agree. Like content creation, if it was easy, don't you think everyone would be doing it? Like, it's not hard to get into, but it's very hard to make money with. And people go... I've been streaming for like 10 years. Going on 10 years now. I don't have money. Like... It's a different type of work, but you guys are saying the game should not be soloable? Correct. But it's not just me that's saying that. I'm not the one saying that. And in fact, there's a lot of streamers that play the game solo. Like, I mean, I don't know how many are playing right now. He's in town. He's in a group. So, I don't know. Right now is probably not a good coverage, but go and see. You see streamers all the time playing the game solo. So I don't know why it's streamers that are causing these issues for you. But I guarantee you there are players that are not streamers that are saying the exact same thing that I am. The only difference is you see us playing it. You can literally talk to us directly. That's literally the only difference. That doesn't mean we represent some larger group of people. It doesn't mean we are a small minority of people. It doesn't mean anything. It just, you can see us playing the game. That's all it means. Hate is a very strong word, yes. Hate's a very strong word. Alter just saying only streamers would be able to play a game because they're only the ones having free time. No, I get what he's saying, but why do we have to say streamers? That's the problem, right? It's not just streamers or content creators or whatever. They're not the only ones doing it. So why are we focusing or pointing them out specifically? I totally get what you're saying, that the game is going to take a lot of time. Like, you have to invest time into the game and all that. I totally get that. And that could be your stance on it. And that's fine. But why attack a group of people directly? Many streamers do work a 9-to-5 job. A lot of them do. I would say the majority of them do. If the game can't be soloable... Okay, so we'll go back to that in a second. People who work won't be able to come home and find parties, and what happens then? So you're telling me that in EverQuest, people didn't do that? There was no streamers back in EverQuest 1, right? We can all agree, EverQuest 1, 1999, there were no streamers. So how did these people that were working full-time level up, get max level, do the raid content, all of that back then in 1999, if it was only streamers that do it? I come home for 2 hours free time. I don't want to spend an hour. I don't want you to either, right? I don't want you to either. My point is not about the time. It's about you specifically calling out streamers as the problem. That's my only concern with your statement. You're specifically stating that streamers are causing the issue. Or are part of the issue. Literally, they were not around in 1999. But it somehow functioned in 1999. Without streamers. So that right there shows the incorrectness of the statement. So if we don't even have a correct statement from the beginning, that invalidates much of the rest of the sentence. And that's where the problem comes in, right? That's where the issue comes in. If one part of the sentence is just completely invalidated, why is the rest of the sentence, why would anybody want to listen to the rest of it? So, let's not attack people with our statements. Let's talk about the game itself and why people may or may not want to be able to solo, right? Then we can have a conversation. So, what you're saying, minus the streamers part, is that you feel like you should have the ability to be able to solo. I agree with you. Right? I agree that you should be able to solo in this game. However, I also think that grouping should be the best way to play the game. And that's where I think a lot of people are talking about this game, is they're saying the game should be a group-focused game, the best way to play it. And people hear, oh, so you hate soloing. And I think that's where the disconnect comes in. Is you hear something different than what is actually being said. And you hear it from streamers, possibly, right? Because they're the ones that you are able to listen to. There are other people saying the same thing. They're on Discord, they're on Reddit, they're sitting in their living rooms talking to their family members, and you can't hear that. You don't see that. Gith right here says the same thing that I'm saying, but he doesn't stream, he doesn't make content, but he agrees with a lot of things that I say. So that's the whole thing, right? How much of player population of 1999 were max level? I don't know. Eventually they got to max level. If you only have 2 hours of playtime, maybe it's time to move on from MMOs instead of expecting everything to revolve around you. I agree with that, Zinfair. Like, I mean, it sounds harsh. The way you said that is very harsh. However, I don't disagree with it. If you only have 2 hours of free time, I'm not going to try to tell you how you should spend your free time. But maybe this particular game is not a game for you to spend your free time on. Why should... Let's think about it on the flip side. You say to me or somebody like me, why should the game be focused on groups? Why should it be focused on single player? What's the reasoning? Because people say that I'm selfish for wanting it to be focused on groups. I say that you're selfish for wanting it to be single player for your specific play style. That's where the argument kind of falls apart. Right? Why can't it be both? How are you going to make it both? I mean, I'm trying to make it both, but you're saying that what I'm saying is not good enough for you. But I'm literally have been advocating for both ever since I've been playing for this game, or playing this game. I have been trying so hard to explain to people how to make it both as the best way possible, in my opinion. And people are still like, nope, you're wrong. So how would you make it both without leaning to one side or the other? You got to pick a side. It's got to be like, you're not going to make it perfectly balanced. That's not going to be possible. No, I'm not saying you said I was wrong, ouch. But you specifically said streamers. I'm a streamer. I mean, who you're talking about? I don't know. So. Look how WoW turned out when they tried to make it both. I don't know, maybe. How do you have a game encourage group play but also cater to solo? That's what I'm asking. Yeah, like how do you have a game that encourages group play but also is okay for solo play? Like and where people would be accepting of it and okay with it. You do a lot in 2 hours? I mean, I think you can play this game right now with 2 hours of gameplay. I wouldn't recommend playing a rogue or a fighter or classes that require a group without having a static group, right? I would not recommend that. I would definitely choose like a necromancer or a druid or, something that you can play it solo and still get a lot done. I would recommend those classes. But that's the thing, is like, that's literally what I've been trying to say, is the game is already very much a solo-friendly game. But there's people that are trying to make it more solo-friendly when I think it's already too solo-friendly. But they're still trying to argue that it's not friendly enough. I'm not going to do that. Monks and paladins can solo anything? I don't know how a paladin does it. How does a paladin solo something? Like anything. I know how a monk does it, and it's through cheesy mechanics that are very broken right now and should be fixed. So by perfect balance, soloing would be the default, and group content would be left behind for the non-optimal way of doing things. Maybe. Play something that can pivot into multiple roles. Shaman, that can be healer or quasi DPS. Yeah, I think that goes to the direction though. When you start making a class that can be multiple roles, we start getting into the wowification of the game again. A druid, for example, can be a melee DPS, range DPS, tank, or healer. They can do all 4 of those roles. That's a very WoW thing to do. This game, the way in which it has been designed and how the devs have talked about it, is that classes have specific roles. They have specific jobs that they do. They don't flex into other jobs or roles. At least not equally. And that's part of the reason I like this game, and I want it to continue that direction. You know? I get that not everybody's going to like that. But if that's something that you just don't like and you can't stand, then why try to change this game to something that you personally want? Can you talk about gear, crafted versus dropped? How hard is it to get, and how much do you need to farm? That's currently in a flux situation right now. Gear was a pain in the butt to get. It's now easier to get. Dropped gear is generally going to be better than crafted gear, except for jewelry. Jewel crafted gear is some of the best jewelry that you're going to get in the game. Right now it's kind of hard to say. The idea, from what I understand, the idea is that you're going to want to go and farm named enemies to get their rare gear, and that's going to be the best gear in the game. That's the direction that the devs have intended for the game. So if you want to know where the game is supposed to be, that's it. But where it currently is a different place altogether, and they're looking at that. They're working on it. They're trying to make changes and tweaks and stuff. I'm not one of those that will play only 2 hours a day. I really want to support the devs, even if it's not playing that much. Yeah. I mean, Sean said, so for those people out there that are trying to advocate for the 2 hours a day to get, to progress in the game and play the game, etc. Sean, a loving robot, specifically stated more than once that you get what you put into the game. There will be people that are not able to obtain everything in the game or do everything in the game, period. You will not be able to do that if you are a casual player and only play for a couple hours a day. That is the way that this game is being developed. If you are not okay with that, I would recommend maybe not playing the game. I'm not trying to tell you not to, but you need to be okay. You need to come to terms with that. Because that's the way that they're building this game. That's the reason that a lot of people are playing the game, is because they want things to take time. They want it to be a challenge. They want to work with other players. They want that. And that's what the devs are out to create. So. Yeah, I agree with that statement, Addy. Yeah, why not support the game for what it's trying to be instead of trying to make it into something it isn't? I agree with that statement completely. You know, the devs are trying to make a game, a specific game that they like. Why can't we support that? Why do we have to try to make them change it all the time? People want to change the game to something they want so they can play it for 3 months and then move on to the next game. That's another thing, yeah. That's 100% what's going to end up happening if they don't make some of these changes. The only thing I'll say for folks that stream on YouTube are ones that review products. Not going what? Into detail, but most can see what I'm talking about. What? But anyway, like, I don't know. I'm not trying to, like, I'm not trying to disregard anyone that wants to make this game more solo, like, that wants to be able to solo in the game. But those players are not the intended audience for the game. Just like Addy was saying earlier, and some of you might agree or disagree, but do you play Call of Duty because you want an RPG, or do you play Call of Duty because you want a first-person shooter? Do you play Mario Brothers because you want a platformer, or because you want an action RPG, right? Do you want to play... Like, why do you play a game that you're playing? I mean, I think it's kind of silly when people are like, go to a game that's built for a certain type of audience, and they're like, nope, you need to change it to this other audience that also wants to play your game, but doesn't want to play the game that you're making. You know, I'm not going to go play Call of Duty and then and wonder why it's not a puzzle based game. I'm just not going to do that. Have the devs talked about any in-game crafting quest items? A little bit, yeah. Mostly in-game questing. So they're going to have like epic weapons or epic quests. Kind of similar to epic weapons of EverQuest, but they're going to be just epic quests, and they may or may not be weapons. There is going to be crafting. They want to do higher end crafting, but they haven't done a lot with it. So we'll just have to see what they do with it. Raid mobs drop a bone. Yeah, I would love to see that, Bone Spirit or Blade Spirit. Yeah. Raid mobs drop like high end crafting items. So I would love to see that, but they haven't really talked about it. It's a weird mindset. I've never gone to a games forums and demanded they change a game for me. I either enjoy the game or don't. That's how I look at it, Nidiac. That's exactly how I look at it. I enjoyed Pantheon until they decided to go a different direction. And then I no longer enjoyed Pantheon and I switched games. You know, I like playing Diablo or ARPGs, you know, like Diablo and Path of Exile for a little while. They're fun until I don't anymore. I'm not like, oh, you need to change this game completely. I would love to see a Diablo themed MMORPG. Take World of Warcraft, make it Diablo themed. I would love to see that game. But I'm not going to Diablo and demanding it. You know? The shift on Pantheon was wild. It was very wild. I backed that eons ago and checked it, pivoted so hard on every aspect. Yeah. Yeah. That's where I completely lost. I was like, you guys said this. You did this. I'm not going to play your game. Bye. Like, I'm not going to stick around trying to change the game in the direction that the devs don't want it changed. I'm just not. Like, the devs clearly have decided what they want. I bought a spaceship. Same time I invested in Pantheon. You talking about in whatchamacallit? I don't know if that game's even ever going to come out. Crazy. But yeah, long MMO players are a vicious cycle of never being able to be happy, so they dump on the next game. I can be very happy. I could be extremely happy. Oh, I got a skeleton here. Star Citizen is the game. I can be very happy with an MMO. This game is making me very happy. Like, it's exactly what I wanted. The problem is that too many people are trying to steer it in the opposite direction of that. But it's not the devs. That's the funniest part. The devs aren't the ones doing that. The devs have made mistakes. They put things in the game that in the way that they probably shouldn't be in the game based on what their mission statement for the game is, right? Like being a group-focused social MMO, etc. The devs have made some mistakes. They've talked about those mistakes. They've come out and said that is not what our intent was. But the community continues to say, why are you nerfing our classes? Why are you ruining the solo aspect of the game? I don't get it. I want to play Eminem, but I can't get into beta invite. Uh-oh. Well, only about 8 weeks left and you'll be able to play it. The devs are the only ones that can change the game, other than players' abusive things like charm kind of, yeah. But yeah, see what I'm doing right now? Like this power leveling is the best way to XP. This is what people are going to end up doing if you allow them to. I mean, this isn't going to go away though. What we're currently doing, but I don't know, man. You can power level technically. FD for monk was changed. If the monk comes out of FD, the mob will refocus on the monk, so you need another to pull the mob from the pool. When was that changed, Brian? Because I can explain to you how it works, but I'm confused at when you say that was changed. When you feign death in this game, just to explain the feign death mechanics. When you feign death, it doesn't instantly clear your aggro. It has a chance to clear the aggro of the mob. The longer you stay feign death, that chance gets greater and greater and greater. Eventually, if you stay down long enough, the mob will forget you. Right? Now, if you feign death a second time, well, not now. Previously, if you feign death a second time, it has a chance to forget again. So what you could do is you could keep kind of redoing that and feign death. But now, if you feign death a second time while you're already feigned death, it, from my understanding of how it reads, is it instantly drops it. We could go look. I'll go read it so you guys can see what I'm talking about. because they just changed it recently. Mobs that have waited by a feigned target and begun walking home will immediately path back upon subsequent feign. So that's what they've changed. So I'm not sure what you're referring to, Brian, that they changed. What's the cooldown on feigned death? I don't know the exact cooldown. Like 8 seconds or something? I was watching DQT do some cool stuff with Feigned Death yesterday, pulling packs of guys and splitting them apart. Yeah, split pulling in this game is very good. It works amazingly well. People don't understand how to do it, so they think that it's broken or bugged or whatever. So Shadow Knight Feigned Death is different. So this is why I've explained many times that Monk Feigned Death is better. Because monks can feign death while they're feigned death. Right? They're on the ground, they're playing dead. They can then hit their button again. A Shadow Knight or a Necromancer trying to feign death has to cast the spell. So they have to stand back up, cast for 1.5 seconds to feign death again. So yes, they work differently. They absolutely work differently. One is an instant ability, the other one is a casted ability. How tanky is the Shaman Pet? The Shaman Pet is not tanky at all. What is feigning death while already feigning death? Soiling themselves? Kinda, yeah. Losing threat rules, not in the cast time. So for losing threat, you have to stay down longer. Right? Every time you feign death, whether it's a monk, a necromancer, or a shadow knight, you cast the feign death, it has a chance to forget, or for the target to forget you or assume that you're dead. Okay? Every time you stand back up, it may have not forgotten you and it could come and attack you again and effectively re-aggro you. So then when you feign death again, it has a chance to forget you again. So that's basically how that works. If you want on a Shadow Knight or Necromancer or a Monk, if you stay down long enough, they will forget you. 100%. You just have to stay down for a long time. But they will absolutely forget you. Can you use Bribe Feign Death? I don't think you can use it while you are Feign Death, no. It's minutes? I don't think it's minutes, but it is like a full minute, yes. But that's not different. That's not different among the different classes. Feign Death works the same way, at least in my experience, works the same way once you have cast or used the ability Feign Death. It works the exact same way for all three of the classes that have Feign Death. But the difference is the cast time outside of the non-cast time. So, but the losing threat, the rules of losing threat are not any different. They're the same. The only difference is the instant cast time. You got a beta key, but for PvP. Lucius PvE. Yeah. What's the deal with Monk and going bare-fisted? Is that actually better than wielding weapons? It depends on the weapon, and it depends on the level of the monk. A level 60 monk, so as a monk levels, its ratio, its hand-to-hand ratio while bare-fisted changes. The ratio gets better as they get higher level. So it depends on the level of the monk and what weapons they're using, if it's better or not. Some weapons are going to be better ratio than monk hand-to-hand, and some weapons will not. You're not sure that is true? Which part are you not sure? Yeah, I haven't tested those, though, so I don't know much about those. Which part is not true? Like, if you take a Necromancer, Shadow Knight, or Monk, and you aggro a mob or a group of mobs, and you feign death, all three of those have a chance to clear aggro immediately, and all three of those will clear aggro guaranteed after a certain set of time. Just saw it on another post where a streamer that plays a monk. No, it doesn't work differently. The only difference between a monk, to my knowledge, okay, I mean, if you can show me where it's wrong or it's different, the only difference between a monk feign death and a necromancer or shadow knight is that a monk feign death is instant cast. That's the only difference. The functionality of feign death works the same, but that 1.5 second cast time of the necromancer and shadow knight changes the way that it works. That's weird. Yeah, maybe. I just want a somewhat reliable bard, lol. That's all I mean, right now, I hate the way they changed LOL. LOL requiring charisma to use properly. Like, that feels bad for, like, a cleric or a paladin. Like, who don't use charisma otherwise, other than for LOL or placate. They don't have charm. Like, what's up with all the slime? Yeah, this whole valley here is slime covered, skeletons, bats, snakes, scarabs, all of that. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know what the lore is behind it. Does Bard have feigned death? No. Isn't cleric lol unresistible like druid outdoor one? No. No, clerics have placate. It is not unresistible. Druid has one lol that is unresistible. They have it's called unification, and they can put it on one target at a time, and it's unresistible to that one target. How your stats so high? Gear? Oh, I don't know why my stats are that high. Hang on. I have no idea why my stats are that high. As high as they currently are. Yeah, I've got 255 strength, though. Yeah, it's supposed to be 170. Or 170. Yeah, I've got 675 AC. Like... 119 stamina, 100 agility, 102 agility, 102 dex. Like, these are insanely high stats. I have no idea why my stats are that high. I don't know. No, it's not the 20 buffs. I'm wondering if does that buff have like a special chance to give you crazy stats, and that's why it's so crappy otherwise. Yeah, like the heart buff right here that a lot of people don't understand. It literally just stamina and agility increased by 2 for 1 hour. Like this is the one that people are calling out, right? I have no idea why my stats are that high. That came out of nowhere. Like I didn't even notice it. I don't think I'm actually getting those though. I think it's a visual bug. Yeah, I think it's 100% a visual bug because I'm not doing that much more damage or anything. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just a visual bug. But I will say this. It kind of shows that 255 is the cap. Because that's 255. I mean, could it be higher? Could it just be very, like, coincidental that it hit 255? But I'm pretty sure 255 is the cap. Remove the buffs for science? I'm not removing my buffs. Nah, that would cost way too much mana. We'd have to pause. I'm not going to deal with all that. All right. We'll remove this one. I lost 2 agility and 2 stamina. I don't know what's causing it. Switch to the ring with different... Oh, yeah, I could do that. Oh, I can't even... Okay, so that takes it down by 5. That adds 5 to it. So I'm at exactly 255 strength. If that takes 5 off. This takes 7 off. Wait, that's taking... Why is this taking 10 strength? Oh, because it has strength on it. Oh, there it goes. It's falling down now. It just went down to 241 now. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea what it's doing, guys. Yeah. It's back to 255. Is Berserker Wrath what's broken? Maybe it's stacking multiple times? Put the weapon on the ground and your hands behind your back. Imminent police are coming to arrest you. Yeah, come arrest me, Encrypt. I don't know why. Why are my stats like that? I don't know. They weren't like that earlier. It's got something to do with the shaman buffs. Regen. There was some weapon proc my friend found. Let him stack up 255 strength as well. Well, it's not just strength, though. Like, my stamina, agility, and dex are also all higher. Which makes me think that it might be something to do with Berserker Wrath. Strength, stamina, dexterity, agility all increased by 20. I don't know what's causing that. That's weird. I still have the sharpening. Your strength capped again. It's totally the procs. I don't have procs. Yeah, I don't have anything that's procking. My AC should be about 340 something. So it's like 300 plus higher. Yeah. My AC's way higher. But I'm not taking more damage. Your AC is 500 something? Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, I mean, I'm taking the normal same damage. Yeah, that's what it seems like. I don't know. Report him. Clearly, he's broken the game. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on. But it doesn't seem to be affecting my damage output. It doesn't seem to be affecting my damage input. Show us your task manager. Sure, I'll show you my task manager. I've got Discord and Monsters of Memories, and then background processes. Whatever all these are. Yeah, I don't cheat. I'm happy to show all my processes. Because I don't do anything on this computer but play video games. Literally all I do. Dirty old socks! What's up, man? How are you? You saw MQ2? Is that the Wait, what is MQ2? Is that one of those macro quest things? I don't even know where to get macro quests. I hope they fix the FPS degeneration before EA. Yeah, it's not been too bad. Let's see. I've got 130. Not too bad. That's what allows automation for EQ. Yeah, I've heard of it. I've never used it, but I've heard of it. How about now? Is that better? All right, I think it fixed it. It ruined EverQuest, in your opinion? Yeah, it ruined EverQuest. Yeah, I agree. I think all the cheating and hacking and stuff ruined EverQuest. And I'm hoping they can somehow, like... I've had many discussions with Encrypt on this and some of the other devs in this game. It's going to be a very, very tough uphill battle for them to combat all of the cheating and hacking that could possibly happen in this game. I applaud them for their efforts, but I think it's going to be hard for them to do. But hopefully they can. But I think that people are still doing it, and I think that they're catching the people that are. It's like what did I call it before? It's like a chain on a bicycle. It's stopping honest people from stealing your bike. So what it is doing is it's taking honest players and catching them do something that some people deem as dishonest, but it's still not stopping people who really want to hack and cheat in the game. I don't feel like it's stopping them as much as they think it's stopping them. There are players that are still using auto hotkey and players that are still using macros and stuff like that that are not getting caught. There's still people that are multi-boxing that are not getting caught. So I think what it does, it just punishes the players that don't do it well. But, you know, whatever. I mean, it's better than nothing, I guess. It's not running rampant. Not like you see, you know, raids of people running around with multi-box, like 40-man raids. I think every second level after 50 is a hell level. No, every level after 50. 51 through 59 are all hell levels. There's already mini-map overlays. There are mini-map overlays. I was told by the devs that they have stopped that. And I was like, my question is for how long? You stopped it, but for how long? Until it just comes back. I'm pretty sure I know of a guy. He wasn't like a friend of mine or anything. But I'm pretty sure I know of somebody that was banned. Because they were on all the time. They seemed to know everything that was happening in the game all the time. And then all of a sudden, they don't play the game anymore. And I never see them anymore. So I feel like some people are getting banned from that. But that person was around for a very long time, clearly abusing the game. It took them a long time to catch them. The blatant ones will get caught. Well, I think that some people will get caught, yeah. The ones that are smart about it probably won't get caught. Had someone insta-looting a few days ago. I chalked it up to lag, but it seems sus. What do you mean insta-looting? Like a loot all button? What's the reason of playing when you aren't even playing? Automation isn't just cheating. It's just not playing the actual game. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you, Bob. That's why I don't like cheating. I've been called out for using macros and stuff in the past. To the point that I actually had a discussion between a couple of the devs. We went back and forth. And they even took screenshots of me streaming the game, showing a hand and then showing another hand and being like, but your abilities continue to trigger. Because look, I can do this. Oh, hang on. It's a whole thing. But I'll do it here in a second. And it never really got fully resolved, but we kind of let it go and I fixed the problem, so it's not a problem anymore. So what I can do is I can put up my right hand and I can hit all of my abilities, as I will show you. Okay, I'm hitting my abilities. I have my right hand up. Now I can put up my left hand and still trigger my abilities. Right? It was a whole conversation about this. But the problem is that I was using my keyboard to press buttons. Like I created a macro on my keyboard that would press buttons so that I didn't have to physically hit them like this. Anyway, we've resolved the issue, but now I just have to constantly do this on my keyboard, which is really annoying. But whatever. It's fine. I'm not going to argue it, you know? I'm not going to sit there and argue it. Now, the devs talked about level lock raid lately. They have not talked about it lately, but they need to get rid of those level lock raid content. It's awful. Great idea, but P99 proved it doesn't have a desired effect. Correct. Yeah. The idea in theory is great. I don't want to pull that because I feel like it's going to pull the snake. Yeah, the idea of the level lock content is, in theory, is great. I 100% agree with the theory. All right, I think... Oh, there we go. It turned around, so we're good. It's a shame for people with wrist problems. It's a shame for a lot of people. Like, my biggest thing, I'm a big advocate against... or not against, but for accessibility in video games. And I was specifically told until they change their accessibility stance, they don't want people doing what I was doing, which I clearly was physically sitting in front of my computer playing the game, but they didn't want me to use even a mouse and keyboard macro that made it easier to push a button over and over and over. They just didn't want me to do it. So I stopped doing it. And I have not done it since, but it is annoying. You like Bard, but there's no way? Exactly. I don't know any Bard that plays this game without having a mouse and keyboard macro. Like, who is actually hitting a button every 3 seconds and trying to keep... Like, who's going to do that? Golly, it's going to be so annoying. Just get a mouse with one... I have a mouse with a lot of keys on the side. I have this Logitech mouse right here. It's got all these buttons. And my mouse button, like, I can hit my macro with, I think it's this mouse button. So like technically I could do this too. I could have both my hands showing with my mouse in my hand, and I could trigger, if we do it, hang on. And look, I can trigger all my abilities with both my hands showing, like, because I'm using a mouse button. Like, that's the problem, right? That's the issue. There's a whole thing about being false flagged and not false flagged, etc., etc., etc. It's a whole thing. I did. You did what? You played a bard without using any type of macros or anything like that? I couldn't do it. I'm sure there's people out there that would love to do it, but yeah, it's gonna be rough. It's not gonna be fun for many hours out of the day. What's in game? Macroed my fighter abilities, so leveling up every single skill. That's 100% what I've done, yeah. You can macro in game. You just can't macro out of the game. I mean, I could go in and show you guys what's causing the flags and what's not causing the flags on my end, at least. At least what I think is doing it. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But there's a couple things, like my mouse and keyboard. Here, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Let me get rid of this. I use this IQ software, right? Hang on, let me load it up. There it is. IQ software. I have this. This is for my keyboard specifically. Make sure I don't lose aggro here while we're killing this. I don't use any of these anymore, but I did at one point. So under... this is my Monsters and Memories thing right here. And I could go under key assignments, right? Keystroke G6. This was this button right here. So right now, what it's set to do is it's going to hit my 0 key when I hit G6, which is this key over here. It's only going to do it once, though. So I can hit G6, and it hits that same key, or I can hit the 0 key on the other side of the keyboard. They literally do the exact same thing. Now, you can also go in here and you could create like a macro, right? I could click macro, which is this, and then you could record a bunch of keystrokes, or you could right-click and add events of keystrokes. If you right-click and you add an event of a keystroke, let's say 0, and I add that, okay, now it's going to press and release extremely fast, way faster than the human mind or a person could possibly do it. That's a trigger for their automation software. One of the triggers. Right? So you cannot press and release a key that fast. Impossibility. So they could find that. Two different ways of doing the exact same thing, right? This one is press and release super fast when I hit G6. The other one was not keyboard, it was keystroke 0. Two completely different things looked at in two completely different ways, but do literally the exact same thing. So you see how you can get flagged for the wrong thing, right? So that's one way. Now you could also go in here, and I'm not trying to teach people how to do this, but you could also go in here, create a macro. I could do new event, keyboard event, key press, 0 key, add that. Now, how long do you want this to be pressed? Add event. I could do event delay. I want it to be pressed randomly from, let's say, 10 milliseconds to 50 milliseconds, right? And then say add. So now it's pressing it. It's holding it for 10 to 50 milliseconds. Then you could add in a new event, release, same key button, add. This is going to do the exact same thing that it did before, but this time around it's going to press it, wait, release it. And it's looked at differently. Anyway, the point is that I'm trying to make is that I can create a key to do it many different ways, some of which are flagged, some of which are not flagged. I got tired of trying to explain that to the devs and talk to them about it, and I just said, you know what? Forget it. I'm not here to fix anything, to make it easier, to make it better for whatever. I would just go back to just doing this all day. It's annoying. I hate doing it, but I'll do it if that's really what you want me to do. But I could easily go in and create these macros to where it pushes it, has a random delay, releases it, has a random delay, pushes it again, has a random delay. You see what I'm saying? Like, you could add all that in there. And, hold on. There's another factor to it. There's a whole other factor to it. The other thing that they look at right now, when I push this button, wait, hang on. When I push this button, my keyboard sends a signal to this software. The software sends the signal to the game. The game then does what it's supposed to do, etc. Right? Because the signal actually comes from software rather than hardware, according to the game. So the game is looking at, is this coming from hardware? Is this coming from software? All I have to do is toggle this. Device memory mode. And now make the macro in device memory mode, and every signal comes from the device, not from the software. Like, it's just, I don't know. I'm just not willing to go in and do all that stuff. I don't want to do all that stuff because I don't feel like it's cheating what I was doing. I just feel like it's accessibility. Quality of life needs to be part of 2026 gaming. I agree. And accessibility needs to be part of it. Yeah, maybe. Kaz was pulling him yesterday, and he was able to get him like that. I just wait for him. It's just easier. Devs need to keep fizzling in at level 60 if they don't want macro. It's going to be hard. Like that. I'm not trying to discourage the efforts of the devs. What I'm trying to say is that the devs are fighting an uphill battle, constantly having to reconfigure what they're doing and change it and make it look at different things. Some of the things that I know that they're looking at are, is it humanly possible to press a button that fast? Right? That's an easy trigger. Another thing is it coming from software or coming from hardware? Like, is the keystroke coming from software or hardware? Then you're starting to get into a line of it's reading your keystrokes. You have you have software within the game, which I don't know the legality of this, but I imagine that it's probably not 100% legal, but not necessarily. It's like skirting the legality versus non-legality of things. But I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to say one way or the other. But if a program, a video game, is able to read your keystrokes and record those keystrokes, or be able to tell you what those keystrokes were, is there a legal line there? I don't know. And that's where the whole thing comes from, right? That's where I have a problem with it. I'm like, if you're able to know exactly every single keystroke that I'm doing, and whether it's from software, from hardware, how quickly I'm pushing it, releasing it, all of that information, there's no TOS. Where's the terms of service for playing this game? I didn't have to sign anything. I didn't agree to anything. There's going to be on release, but there's not right now. Right? Maybe there will be on release, but there's not currently. But they're treating it like there is. It's a whole thing. And I'm not trying, again, I want to make it very, very clear. I'm not trying to like argue with the devs or anything on this. One of the devs thought I was trying to argue on it, and I wasn't trying to argue. I was just trying to point out like the inconsistency. And it's like, well, we have a problem here. This is a problem. Just because something is in the TOS doesn't make it legal? Well, that's true as well, yeah. When you make an account, you probably did? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure you can go to Monsters and Memories. Well, I'm using... I'd have to go do it on make a different account. I don't remember there being one, but maybe. They told me my monk couldn't have the third leg, but I have a third arm. Yeah, there is now. We have an MCA in the writing. New accounts, TOS agreement. Okay, so there is now. Yeah, and I'm not saying like. Don't get me wrong, and I think Encrypt knows this. He's watched my stream enough to understand where I'm coming from. I'm not advocating for cheating. I'm not advocating for anybody to go through and try to figure out ways to cheat and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not trying to say anything like that. I'm just trying to say that there's going to be an uphill battle. I feel like there should be accessibility, a leniency to some accessibility features. And I think it's going to be very hard for them to differentiate between somebody who is playing the game, fully able-bodied person playing the game, versus somebody who is not a fully abled person playing the game. All of that kind of stuff. It's going to be challenging. Hey, what's going on, Seminole? How are you? Question, how does PvP work in this? Do people loot your stuff? They can loot your money, but not your items. So when they kill you in PvP, they can take your coins. But yeah, they can't loot your corpse. Like your actual items on your corpse. I don't recommend PvPing in this game to most players. Remember my friend in EQ had to change his name from Twin Peaks. Oh, yeah? They already have anti-cheats that look in your computer? Oh, well, I'm sure they do, yeah. And I'm sure there's, like, legality issues. And, again, I'm not trying to say that there's, you know, that they're doing anything wrong. I have no idea. But it's definitely going to be like a an uphill battle. Hey. Hang on a second. Sorry, my girlfriend came up and I was just checking to see what's going on. Have they talked about how mounts, wagons work in PvP? They're going to be killed by other players. I don't know how wagons are going to work, but you can kill them out. Been trying to get in, but got access to PvP only, so I'm on the fence. Yeah. PvP is yeah, I don't know what to say about that. I feel like anybody that's just like desperately wants to get into the game, so they signed up for the PvP, kind of went against the reason why they added in a PvP only sign up. The reason for that PvP only sign up, hang on one second. right, sorry about that. Talking to family about what we're doing today and what the plan is. Have you done any of the raid-based content in the game? I have, yeah. I'd love to understand that a bit if you're able to speak on it. I can speak on it a little bit. I can't give details because they don't want the raid content like being spoiled. So I'm not going to do spoilers, but I can talk about it a little bit. Right now, the raid content is very imbalanced and needs a lot of work. That's the short version of it. The way that the content is, though, in the game, if done properly, the way that they intend you to do it, is pretty neat. I like it. It's got really good gear in it. Some of them require, multiple groups, multiple tanks, multiple healers, multiple DPS. Like, you're going to need a little bit of everything. So it just needs to be worked on. It needs to be tweaked. It's kind of in a bad place. There are raid mobs in this game that can currently be duoed, possibly soloed, which makes them not raid targets, in my opinion. Some mobs can be kited around indefinitely. Some classes are just too powerful and they're able to do things that other classes can't. Things like that. So hopefully they get looked at soonish. There's only like a handful of players that can actually do that content right now, though. So it's not a big deal, but it will be in early access if they leave it the way that it currently is. You have a friend who uses a mouth as a controller. He has RSI that bad. No accessibility would definitely limit him. Yeah, I agree with that. And I think, I'm not 100% sure on this, but I think their system, their triggering system, or their flagging system for whether you're automating or not, would be triggered by a mouth-based controller. The reason for that is because it uses software. It doesn't use the hardware. The hardware tells the software to do something. The game gets its input from the software. And my understanding of one of their triggers in this game is if the trigger comes from software, it flags their system. And it says, hey, you're cheating. I mean, I'm probably not coming down. There's 99% chance I'm not coming down. Probably more like 100% chance. I mean, now that everybody's awake, you don't need to. Thank you. But yeah, I don't know for a fact if it would do that or not. That would be like an Encrypt or Swanee question, if like what they're. But I don't think they're going to tell you their triggering mechanisms either. Like they're not going to tell you, hey, this triggers, this doesn't trigger, etc. They're not going to do that. But I'm pretty sure if the signal comes from software, it triggers. If the signal comes from hardware, it triggers, or it doesn't trigger. So that's why I was saying that this IQ thing from device memory versus not device memory are two different triggers. I 3-boxed on a boxing server during alpha and didn't have one macro. I played by switching screens and pressing my buttons, my play style. But I don't think people should allow keyboard macros. Well, I think that playing 3 characters legit by tabbing from screen to screen, having multiple computers, that's how multi-boxing should function. You shouldn't have the what was it? The quest, macro quest, whatever that Dirty Old Socks was just talking about. You shouldn't have that where I trigger one ability on my one character and then my other 5 characters in my group automatically know what ability to trigger based on what I'm doing or whatever, where it basically automates the entire gameplay of a group. But there's a drastic difference between those two things, right? There's a huge range of possibilities in there. And where do we draw the line? Because there's got to be a line in there somewhere. I think that there definitely is a line on the macro quest. It's before we hit macro quest is where the line is. But I think the line is somewhere after tabbing and legitimately pressing every single button without any type of macro input. Which they don't like. Like, for example, I can put a macro on my mouse that hits my 0 key, and I think that's okay. Like, I don't think any dev is going to tell you can't do that. I mean, it's just pushing a button on your mouse versus. I don't see the issue. If you don't want PvP, send it my way. Okay. All right, no worries. I'm playing on PvP server now. It's not all bad. Yes, sometimes a rogue will sneak, but it's not much griefing. It's easy to roll in a group. I mean, yeah, maybe right now. I mean, how many players are on that server, Rizlo? Like, currently, right now, how many players are online and you're not getting grief? It's probably only like 100 or maybe even less than that. I was hoping they would do instance raids. Never was a huge fan of EQ's race to first flagging. Yeah. 226 on the PvP server right now? That's actually pretty high. That's higher than I would have expected. But yeah, the issue is going to come in when you have 1,000 players on the PvP server, right? So like you're getting... With 200 people, every once in a while you get ganked by somebody and it's annoying. But if you multiply that out, put 1,000 people in the game, you're going to have a lot more of that. Yeah, they sent out some PvP invites. I personally don't feel like if you're not in it for the type of PvP, you probably shouldn't go to the PvP server. You need to know what you're getting into. You really do. How many of those players are not interested in PvP and are just playing because they got an invite option? I don't know. Yeah, that's another good question. Are they designing the servers to hold 1,000 players? Right now, the idea is about 1,000 concurrent players on a server. Give or take. They haven't given an exact number. But yes, the idea is about 1,000 concurrent players. Concurrent means online at one time. But a server will have maybe upwards of 5,000 unique accounts on it. They better get lots. Well, I mean, yeah, maybe. Never seen more than 700 so far. Well, they've had on a stress test, they've had over 1,000. They've had like 1,200 on a stress test to see if they could do it. But the idea isn't like they want to have 1,000 people online all the time. That's kind of like the max number they're looking at. At 1,000 players, concurrent players, they want, at that point, they would want to open up another server. But they're not necessarily saying we always want to have 1,000 servers 100% of the time. They won't give an even half the player base in that wants in though. Well, yeah, they don't want to give everybody access. They've given their reasons for it. One of them is burnout. They don't want people playing the game a ton and burning out, and then not playing the game in early access. Which I totally understand. If everybody had access for the past month, it's like 6 weeks or whatever, How many weeks has it been since beta's been out? But if everybody that wanted access has had it for that entire time, then that would definitely hurt the player base come early access. Exactly, CL Payne. Yeah, exactly what you're saying. Pantheon allowed everybody to have access 100% of the time, all the time, and they never were able to actually get the ball rolling in that game. And you see what happened to Pantheon. Now, that wasn't the only reason that Pantheon kind of crashed and burned, in my opinion, but yeah. Personally made the decision to drop my playing time till I see more classes are going. Yeah, I mean, that's a good idea. I mean, it's still a good benchmark, right? Like the Pantheon going into early access, but they clearly I'm not going to go into Pantheon again, but yeah, they've stated that it's in an unfinished early access state, which is very much kind of what this game is right now. There's going to be people in this game though that do the same thing. They're going to pay their $15 a month, just like they did in Pantheon, $40 for that. They're going to play it for a month, and they're going to say, this game is unfinished, and they're going to quit. Yeah, that's 100% going to happen. Absolutely will happen. I think less so than when Pantheon, though. But that's, we'll see. We will see. But there's a big difference between Pantheon and Monsters and Memories from the company-wise, right? Sean has said specifically for Monsters and Memories, once it goes into early access, it is no longer in a testing phase. It is a released product. And there's no more wipes. Pantheon and Visionary Realms did things differently. They said, give us money to test our game. There will be wipes. Very different approach, right? So you can compare them, but they're also not the same. Yeah, Pantheon was guaranteed. It never, when it started early access, it was a paid beta test. Like, they couldn't say beta test because it was on Steam, so they had to call it early access. But behind the scenes, it was a paid beta test. They just couldn't advertise that on Steam because Steam would not allow it. It's very messed up. It's extremely messed up. That's the reason, the main reason, that I no longer play Pantheon or support Pantheon. Like, that's one of the biggest reasons. Trying really hard to not flame them? Yeah. You don't need to flame them. They've shot themselves in their foot. Any named slime covered? No, there's not, Mr. Green. There's no named in this whole that I've ever seen. I've killed down here a ton. I've never seen the name spawn. Yeah, I've never seen any rare loot from down here. Like a slime-covered tunic. That'd be kind of cool. You know, like a fungi tunic. But make it slime-covered. Did I get the beetle pop? No, I left that a long time ago. And it was not, it does not spawn every hour like somebody told me. Somebody said it was a 1 hour repop. It is not a 1 hour because we stayed there for a full hour and it never popped. Would a slime covered tunic do some sort of regen? I mean, in this game, yeah, probably. Nobody would ask for that, right? The Herald? What Herald? The one I checked on today was the Ember, I think is the name of it. The one that drops the cloak. You're grinding blues? Yeah, these are dark blue. These are level like 50, 51, 52, something like that. They're all 50. Okay, they're all exactly 50. And they're dark blue. They're dark blue until level 60. So all the way up to level 59, these stay dark blue. Well, I'm not going to say that part. Herald Beetles, 1 hour. Not sure on Ember. Yeah. Somebody told me that the Ember was also 1 hour, so I went and checked today. Oh, you looking up his pet name today? He had another one a second ago that was even longer. Yeah, everything from level 51 to 59 are hell levels. So they're all very, very, very slow. Basically, yeah, level 51 to 60 is kind of like leveling from 51 to 70. Kind of. It's all twice the amount of XP you need. What's the purpose of hell levels? Because EQ did it. There's only been one... Well, there's been two valid reasons that could possibly explain why they did hell levels. One was to allow you to catch up on your skills, because some skills get behind. If you level too quickly, your skills get behind. But they've kind of fixed that recently. The other one was when you hit level 25 or whatever, the 20, whatever the first hell level is, it allows you to catch up on money to be able to buy your spells. Those are the only two, like, kind of pseudo reasons for doing it. But it still doesn't make any sense. Ember is on placeholder. Camped at 3 hours last night. Got him to spawn multiple times. 3 bone breakers. Okay, so it is a placeholder? Yeah, I assumed it was after spending an hour there and not seeing it. That's why I don't believe what most people say about this game. Like, I like to, you can tell me something, and then I'll go test it. Like, I'm going to check it and see. I've been burned too many times by people saying that, and they were adamant that it worked a certain way in the game, and it's like, yeah, it doesn't really work that way when you actually do it. That's why I say, you know, charm is overpowered. And people are like, yeah, it's not overpowered. Well, you know, try to play a non-charm class. And then see the stark difference. Quillmane was such a big question mark for so many years. I hated that part of my epic quest. I remember Quillmane. I don't think I had to get it for my epic quest. I was an enchanter. Which epic quest was Quillmane for? Was that the rogue? I don't even remember. Or it used to be like, yeah, that's another one. It used to be a certain way, and then a patch changes it. And then you're like, it's the whole thing, yeah. Got the helmet too. We're looking for the tunic and gloves from Ember. So you got a helmet, shoulders, tunic, gloves, and a cloak, all off of Ember now? My gosh. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna do that with like they did like the Pegasus cloak, right? I'm pretty sure. Don't quote me on this because I'm not a dev and I don't really know. But I'm pretty sure the devs don't want to put in items in the game that are going to be super sought after, like the Pegasus cloak, and then also make them epic quest items where you have to turn it in and you lose the item when you turn it in. I don't think they're going to do both of those things. I had a very similar with my enchanter. I had to get the shiny metallic robe, which at the time when I got my epic weapon, or when I was doing the quest for the epic weapon, the shiny metallic robe was better than my actual robe. But I had to turn it in for the quest, which felt really bad. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably be on for a little while, and then I'm gonna, I don't know. My son's still here today and tomorrow, but we'll see what's going on. But I'll be around a good bit. Ember is a perfect spot for 1825 group grind. We had fun. It was super chill grind XP. Yeah, I might try to do that at that level on EA. But we'll see. Like, I wouldn't mind having the cloak right now for having the damage shield. But, not a big deal. Not a big deal. Actually, let me go check on my kiddo after this fight real quick. I'm going to run downstairs. Make sure that he's good. Roaming spawns, can't claim them. Going to look like Necropolis on early access. Which ones? Yeah, there are places that have a lot of roaming mobs where it's going to be hard to claim the camp, yeah. The Cinder Beetles? Well, I mean, that little camp though where Ember is, I think is a very acceptable camp. They roam around, but they roam around in that little room, right? Like the little alcove and then the room. They just kind of roam around in that area. They don't roam super far. So I think you can camp that area. I think would be fine. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be back in just a second. I'm gonna check on my kiddo and I'm grab a little something to snack on. Be right back. I'm back. I'm gonna probably go for like another hour, maybe. And then my son wants to play a game for a little bit. I told him I'd do that. All right, I'm gonna stream for like another hour or so today, and then I'm gonna go hang out with my kiddo and play some games. He wants to play a board game. I told him I'd do that. The shaman pet can tank if the mob is slowed. The thing is, like, a shaman can slow the mob a ton. Pretty much anybody can tank it once the shaman has slowed it. Is that beer? It is not, no. It is not a beer. This is it's a Minute Maid, 0 sugar. Pretty good. The haste item I'm using is my belt. Show it to you. Blackened girdle, 20% haste. Not sure if the correct way camping the mob in their area, taking drones from the area, but it would not be great. Show him no mercy. Yeah, I'm not going to show him any mercy. We've got a Mario Monopoly game. It drops in glass flats, where all the undead are, over in glass flats. I don't like Monopoly personally. I cannot stand playing the game Monopoly anymore. I played it a ton as a kid, and I got tired of it. But we also had like weird rules, like house rules and stuff. It was the whole thing. What we play now, what my son wants to play, is Mario Kart Monopoly, where you race around the track, and you land on different locations. It plays very similarly to Monopoly. Like, you can land on a location and buy it, and if somebody else lands on it, then they have to pay you money through coins or whatnot. But it also has races in it, and it has red shells, green shells, and things like that, so you can actually be stopped and slowed down, all that. We had a board game meetup event 2 days ago. You have once a month. Nice. I love playing board games. I love board games so much. Yeah, we used to play board games for a while, like once a week. We had a weekly board game night. Played a few light games, and then Ark Nova, which took forever. You had to leave at 1 a.m. Ouch. I haven't played Ark Nova. Most of our board games, though, these days, when we played them, they're like hour to 2 hour long board games. So we'll pick like 2 to play in a night, and get 4 or 5 of us together and play it. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I've been recording the whole time, so. Yeah. Yeah, but you can't show them this and be like, see how fast it is? They're going to have so many, oh, well, because you're being healed, et cetera, all that kind of stuff. So there's always going to be an excuse. That's why I just give up on talking to people about it. Hopefully we can hit 60 soonish. If I keep doing this, I should be able to hit 60 in a couple of days. Do a barrel roll, right? Are there any slimes or gelatinous cubes in this game? There's gelatinous cube, yeah. It doesn't look like a gelatinous cube, but there is a gelatinous cube. It looks like a filing cabinet, kind of. It's like a white box with like a little handle on it. Kind of weird. Yeah, it's inside of Ancient Crypt. Yeah, it does not look like a gelatinous cube. Hey, what's going on, Brett? How are you? You want a refund? Yeah. Oh my god. Well, these are definitely social. Well, I pulled the snake and it, I guess, grabbed the... I don't know. Sent me a tell. You're looking for some info? Okay. What info are you looking for? If you're able to get the haste everywhere, would you prefer a duo with Shami or a druid? Or elsewhere? If I could get haste, I would probably prefer the druid if I had haste. Because then you would get the damage shield from the druid and the haste. You get both. You and Gith were doing some drakes. Salmon. You can't find it. Oh, the drake camp for that Isar and I do is it's kind of hard to find. I couldn't even explain it to you. You have to go into Fallen Pass. You got to go to like through the Pyramos village, up towards the rats, over the bridge to the rats, and then kind of follow that to the left, and it goes into a canyon. No, wait. You pass the first left, you got to go like straight across from that. And then when you go straight across, there's like a cave, and you got to go into the cave, which leads up to more rats. And then eventually it leads up to the drakes, if you keep following that cave entrance. Like, I can't even tell you how to get there. I'd have to show it to you. But you got to go over the bridge, way past all the rats. Yeah, it's kind of hidden back there. There's also some, like, not even drakes that are up there. There's other undead, like undead ghouls and skeletons, and there's named up there and everything. Nobody ever goes up there, though. Does a Chanter Charm break from damage, or is it a Bard thing? I think that's just a Bard thing, but it'll just break randomly. So if I went to the Salmon Stable Master area, you went too far. Stable Master? You went the wrong way, yeah. You didn't necessarily go too far, you just went a different direction. So like going to the Stable Master, you're gonna go past the rats and you're gonna go like left and go way up that way. You have to go, instead of going left up that path, you have to go kind of more to the right, like straight ahead and to the right, and into a cave that goes up through more rats. Yeah, Shaman's a lot better for duo. Shaman's a lot better for most groups than a druid is. Heartwood Buckler. TTK gets longer. That might be true for groups too. Maybe. Yeah, that's the one you gave me. Yeah. Yeah, it's got way too low AC on it to be useful. Yeah, I'll disenchant it later. It's my inventory is too full right now to deal with all that. I was out harvesting herbs and stuff for alchemy. But if TTK gets longer, you think that what might be true for groups? The Shaman? Shaman's already better for groups. Shaman's probably the best overall healer for grouping in this game, or just like for most content. Like if you had to choose one healer, I would choose Shaman over the others for various reasons. Fighters get the most health generally, or is it based on gear? It's 100% based on your gear at this point. All four tanks get the same amount of health, as far as I can tell, leveling up and from items and everything. We all have the same health now. I'm so confused on where Cleric comes into the picture. I feel like their lack of utility makes them unwanted in XP groups, but essential for raiding in-game. That's where they come into play. They are good for raiding. No, the Cleric, in a group setting, a Cleric is able to prevent the most damage to the tank using their shields. They're like absorption shields. They can also stun the mob, whereas a Druid or Shaman does not have the ability to stun. So they can stun, which interrupts mobs and reduces damage. Neither the Shaman or the Druid have the ability to do those things. Clerics also have the most efficient heals in the game as far as mana to health ratio. So there's reasons for using a Cleric. Just harder to see. I wouldn't say it's the worst option per se. Like it's hard to explain. It's just the worst overall option for a group because you get more utility out of the other healers. All three healers can heal an XP group fine, right? A Cleric can heal that group better, but you don't need the better healing currently. So there's really no use for a Cleric, whereas the Shaman and Druid have other utility that they do on top of healing. They can heal enough damage, so it's fine. They don't need to be able to heal more, but they have more utility, like a lot more utility. Like, sure, you'll take a Cleric over no healer, but if you get another option, let's make things smoother. Possibly. It depends on what you're fighting. Like, if I had an Enchanter in my group and a Ranger in my group, then I really don't have a need for Shaman or Druid buffs, because the Enchanter and the Ranger kind of cover those to where you don't really need them. So then a Cleric just makes it more mana efficient as far as healing is concerned. So a Cleric would technically be better. But in most situations, a Shaman is going to be better, especially for a duo or something, because they add the utility. You don't need, like, a Shaman adds the haste, they add the slow, they have regen, they have, you know, buffs, other buffs and debuffs. They have all sorts of stuff that they add to the party. So you don't need the other classes filling in for that. Is the reasoning why they're better, right? But if I have a Cleric, then I'm probably gonna want to have like an Elementalist to get damage shield from. I'm going to want to have an Enchanter to get haste from. So, it just depends. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the player as well. Exactly. It depends on the player as well. Depends on, there's a lot of factors in there. Yeah, the Cleric would be more mana efficient, but then the other two have their buffs. But Cleric also has a mana regen buff. So they have a buff that they can put on themselves that gives them very small, but mana regen. So, kind of similar, but you have to maintain the buff. So it just depends. This is where, like, the balance versus the imbalance conversation starts. Right? Imbalance is fun. You don't want all classes being the same and make them a little bit imbalanced here and there. But overall balance, it matters. Needs Sal. And that's literally the argument or whatever, or the debate that people have, where they're like, oh, but the game being imbalanced makes it fun. Well, yeah. That part of the imbalance does. Yeah, they will. That's only like 2 gold. Actually, no. It's only like 20 silver. Yeah, that's like stupid cheap. Rook Raccoon, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. I've seen that people who main clerics tend to be really solid players. Shami, Druid, where people tend to pick, as you said, because of the flexibility of the class. Yeah, it's 100% because of the flexibility of the class. A well-played cleric, though, is very beneficial to a group. People just don't understand how their spells and abilities work. Like, stunning a mob prevents damage for, whatever, 4 seconds. I think stun is 4 seconds long. So it prevents damage to the target for 4 seconds. I mean, preventing that damage for 4 seconds is huge. Druid and Shaman cannot stun. Neither one of those classes have a stun. So they can't prevent damage for those 4 seconds. Or stop spellcasting. Can't do it. A battle cleric? People have talked about battle cleric a lot. Clerics and paladins are the goats for stuns. Wow. Inquisitor are the goats for stun. Inquisitors are insanely good at stun. But yes, paladins and clerics are also good. It's like, where does a battle cleric begin and a paladin end? That's the problem, is the hybrid classes are kind of blurring those lines too much is the issue. Rogue is, yeah, Rogue can interrupt it quite a bit. They can interrupt with a couple of stuns, yes. I want to say their stuns are on longer cooldowns. But as far as stun is concerned, the Inquisitor is the king of stuns. Like, they're just insanely good. Too many classes. I lost it when the devs wanted Wizard to be Gandalf with a sword and have a Spellblade in the game as well. I mean, yeah. They've done that way too much. That's currently being fixed. Hopefully currently being fixed. Or changed. Because, yes, that was very bad. It was very, very, very annoying and very bad. Killing bugs in beta? Oh yeah, you know it. Slaying all the bugs in beta. What are they doing to Wizard now? You can still melee as a Wizard. But you can also use a staff. So they have a staff mechanic that I haven't messed with, so I don't know a whole lot about it yet. Can't say if it's good or bad or whatever. But they have a staff mechanic now that when you use the staff, you can send out these magic bolts. They're magic missiles. You send out a magic missile, and it can put the debuff on the mob that you're targeting to make them take more damage, just like the melee did. So it went from melee to magic missiles with a staff. But the staff also has additional abilities that you can choose from to do different types of things. But I don't think it's fully implemented, and I haven't heard much about it outside of that. But the issue with it is that a wizard now, wizards are basically required to not sit down in combat at this point. They're a melee or staff focused class, so where they need to be standing up and hitting things, and then nuke at the very end of a fight. Just wizards don't feel great right now, I don't think. So they really need to change stuff with them. Nothing new? No, it's nothing new other than the staff mechanic, but it's kind of the same thing. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they're in a kind of a bad place. Heard the Ranger has different campfire compared to other classes. What's the difference? It lasts longer. That's it. Just the duration. At least right now. Maybe in the future it'll be different. Don't like shamans, candle dancing, adds magic missile dancing to wizards. I mean, it kind of is that, yeah. Yeah, like wizards can they can sit down, meditate, stand up, shoot a magic missile, sit down, meditate, stand up, shoot a magic. They could do that. The best way to play a wizard right now, to min-max a wizard, is mob comes into camp, wizard stands up, melees the mob until it's at about some percentage of health based on the wizard nuke. When the mob gets down to whatever percentage of health it needs to be for the wizard to perfectly kill it. If the wizard does 100 health on their nuke, they want 100 health to be left on the mob they're fighting. Exactly. That's what they're shooting for. So they melee until that time. They cast their nuke. They nuke the mob. They move on to the next mob. And they melee, cast the nuke one time. That's literally the best way to play a wizard currently. It's really annoying, but some people might like it. I find it annoying. I don't think it's fun. Do the class balance issues permeate to level 60 as well? Like a wizard still not worth grouping with others or having in raid? Wizards are definitely worth having in a raid. They're just not worth... They're not great for XP groups. Oh yeah, I'd agree. But yeah, a wizard in an XP group is just going to be bad for like everybody involved. A wizard would be better off quad kiting, and the group would be better off not having a wizard and getting a different class. This feels bad for everybody. Are there other classes like that where it's rough to level up, annoying, or bad for XP groups, but useful at 60? Cleric. Cleric is probably, right now, overall the worst. I would say it's the worst healer for XPing with, because they don't really add a lot to your party that you don't get from other classes. But then at level 60, they're very beneficial to have. Then you also have a rogue, though. Rogue just feels bad solo, it feels bad in a group, and it feels bad at in-game rating. It's just bad. Rogue needs so much love. So much love. I was looking to main rogue. I also like elementalist. Yeah, I mean, I don't expect these to stay this way. I'm just telling you how they currently are. Elementalist is in a good spot right now as far as being strong. It can solo. It's good in a group, and it's also good in a raid. But I think the elementalist needs to change drastically. Like it's kind of a boring class to play, but it functions. It needs to get in line behind the Spellblade, Monk, and Cleric for love? I don't know. I think the Rogue needs to be in the front of that line. Rogue should be definitely in the front. But all three of those, yes, those are also need some love, for sure. What would I tweak for the Elementalist? I would completely change the Elementalist. Like, I would, from the ground up, completely change the Elementalist. Keeping it kind of the same, but changing it completely. The first thing that I would do is I would make all of the pets into one pet. I wouldn't have a pet of each different element every 4 levels. I would make one pet that can switch elements using the pet bar. So you could literally, the pet's already out, you summon the pet, generic elemental pet, and then you tell it, become a fire elemental, become a water elemental, and it changes. That's probably one of the first changes that I would make. The next thing that I would do is I would remove all of the wizard spells from the Elementalist toolkit and give them their own unique spells. Those spells would then also work with, in synergy with their pet. If they have a fire pet out and they cast a water spell, it might make steam. Or if they have a fire pet, let's say they have a water pet out and they cast an earth spell, it might create mud that might snare the mob or root the mob in place, but do some damage as well. That's how I would make the Elementalist, and kind of, really focus in on the being an Elementalist. Not just, I have a pet and I'm casting fire nukes, which is basically what an Elementalist does. That's it. Kind of boring. You can wholeheartedly disagree. That's fine. You're allowed to do that. But you don't need to explain to me. I totally get what monks need. I know what rogues need. I know what Spellblades needs. I get it. I get it. What monks bring to a party is feign death pulling, slow and laughable. Well, yeah. Monks bring feign death level pulling. Yeah, they can split pull better than anybody else in the game. That's true. You're right. But it depends on how you use the monk. The monk can also give the party some extra health if they need it. Like if there's a damage shield mob or something and you need to get health back, they can use their water stance for that. Monk can off tank temporarily if need be, which is beneficial in some situations. That's the thing, is each one of these classes are going to bring something to the table, but they're kind of niche uses. They're They're very niche uses. Did I hear you say earlier on stream at some point that you played a monk at 60 in alpha? How would you like to see them updated? Yeah, I mean, Isar, literally in chat, I played his monk at level 60 in the alpha. Or Gith, same guy. This guy right here. Yeah, he's played monk. He played monk all the way up to level 60. Monk needs more DPS or more utility. I wouldn't say both. If you give them both, it's probably going to be too overpowered. But I think they need more DPS. They're not performing on that front. I would say that a fighter does more DPS than a monk currently, and they shouldn't be. A monk should definitely do more DPS than a fighter. But the fighter should be able to tank better than a monk. So, you know, it should be pretty cut and dry. That shouldn't be, like, hard for people to understand. What the heck? Why is this not shooting my arrow? There we go. The other thing is that monks could bring more utility. That would be another good way to do it. Outside of just pulling. Their stances are kind of lackluster. Their water stance can be beneficial in certain situations. Their fire stance is basically pointless. Their earth stance is good for when they're off-tanking, if they need to off-tank temporarily or whatever. So it's okay for that, but it's a kind of a niche use. Their wind stance is going to be the main stance that they use because it adds their ability to get an additional attack. So it makes them slightly better DPS than they were before, but still under that of a fighter. So, yeah, they just need more. Like monks aren't in a bad place. They just need to kind of hone in what the monk does and make it a little bit better. Like the monk pulling is the best puller in the game. There's certain places in this game where not having a monk makes pulling very, very difficult. Like extremely difficult. So that's kind of what monks do, I guess. Not a lot, but we're probably gonna be leaving here soon, right? So I don't care. And then whenever I get back on later tonight, we'll probably hopefully do group stuff. But we can do whatever. So yeah, like I mean, I can compare Spellblade to Monk to Rogue very easily. I mean, I can tell you what all of them do and what they all bring to the table. But I think that Spellblade needs more added to it as well. But one thing that Spellblade does that a lot of people don't realize is Spellblades have an attack speed slow, a secondary attack speed slow that stacks with a Shaman slow. Only 3 classes in the game have that. And that's the Spellblade, the Ranger, and the Bard. So for people that are like, oh, Spellblade does nothing, well, it has something. You're just not probably using it. So hearing a lot of people talk about how much more they enjoyed Ranger versus Archer last playtest. Ranger has a lot more that it can do. Archer is just going to be the better DPS class. So it depends on what you want to do. The Archer is kind of a boring class. I wouldn't say boring. I don't know. Maybe boring isn't the right word. I don't know. But they do more DPS than a Ranger does. But the Ranger has all the utility. You know, regen, sow, snares. They've got their nukes. They've got You know, their proc buffs, and they have the attack speed slow I was just talking about. They just have a lot more utility. So it depends. Depends on what you're trying to do. Yeah, root. Yeah, the pacify, unity, all that. They've got a lot of things that they can do. Nice. Well, majority of players don't understand the importance of slow since they never hit 50 plus. Well, yeah, that too. I think a lot of people's arguments in this game are based on getting to level like 15 to 20, even up to like level 40, and you're gonna have different arguments at different stages. And some of them are valid and some of them are not valid. So it really depends. Like a lot of it really depends. You know what I like the little, you know, kind of back and forth I just had a second ago, where you have Rogue. I think that Rogue needs more love than anybody else, right? You have the Spellblade, you have the Monk, and you have the Cleric. I can find a reason to put Spellblade, Monk, and Cleric in my party. I have almost no reason to put a Rogue in my party. Almost none. That other classes cannot do, right? Now, of course, I would rather put a Shaman or Druid in my party over a Cleric, but I still could use a Cleric. I would rather put certain classes in over certain other classes. But a Rogue, I would just, like, right now... I mean, I would take one because I don't care. But they just don't really bring much to the table, you know, you would need, you know? Need to make Rogue hit super hard, I think. Well, that's the problem, right? Like, that's the main thing. Rogues are meant to be primarily a DPS class, and they don't pull the DPS numbers that they should be doing. And then they also don't have the utility that the other classes have. So, like, I would rather put in a Spellblade rather than a Rogue in my party, because a Spellblade is going to still bring just as much DPS as a Rogue, but they also have the additional ability to off-tank if need be. They also have the additional ability to secondary slow a target with their imbues. So they have at least those two additional things. A Rogue has the ability to stun or interrupt, but that has not proven to be really that necessary. And I would rather have more DPS. I mean, it's kind of needed in certain situations, but I also have a lot of other classes. You know, the Fighter, the Paladin, that, like, there's a lot of classes that can interrupt anyway. Like, all tanks can interrupt at least once. Actually, all tanks have at least 2 interrupts that I know of. And you're going to have a tank in your party, so you don't really need to have a 3rd interrupt or more from the Rogue. Like, yeah, it can interrupt and it can stun, but you're probably going to have a tank in your party anyway that's already doing that, so it's kind of redundant, if that makes sense. Like, the Rogue just doesn't bring much extra that you don't get from something else. Except when you need a corpse recovery. Yes. If you want to get a corpse recovered and just have a Rogue stealth down. But that's why I say that Resurrection is not a Cleric utility. People are like, well, Clerics get Resurrection. Therefore, they shouldn't get any of the other utility that Druid and Shaman have, right? Like, Druid and Shaman have so much in-combat utility, it's ridiculous, compared to the Cleric. And they're like, well, we don't get Resurrect. Well, yeah, but is that really that beneficial? I mean, it's nice to have, but you can always get resurrected at any point. They don't have to be in your party. You know, that's the argument I have there. What's my preferred tank and spank group looking like now in game? To just kill mobs, just to like tank and spank mobs and just destroy everything. You want a tank? You probably want just any of the healers, doesn't really matter which one. So I would do a tank, a healer, and three melee DPS. That's fine. Yeah. Let's pull the what? Or hold the camp? Yeah, that's fine. All right, that's fine. Yeah, I would put 3 melee DPS and Enchanter is what I would do. If you wanted to have like the best, you know, just kind of all around, easy to do everything kind of class. Or kind of group, I think. So please correct me if I'm wrong, but there are 10 OW overworld zones and 8 dungeons currently. Didn't Sean say it'd be 26 zones? So is there a module worth content 6+ zones? There's currently 25 zones or 26 zones in the game. Yes. He counted them out the other day on stream. I don't know if I could count them all off the top of my head. I'm sure you guys can start counting them out, list them out, and figure it out. Shouldn't be too hard. Like BS and EQ was nice, and as EQ progressed, rogues became a lot more viable damage-wise, but needed it earlier on. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree with that. Because they cannot find good daggers. Well, that's part of it. Itemization is definitely part of the issue. You know, why are rogues undervalued and underutilized? Is it, you know, it could be because they don't have the gear yet. Nah, crap, I got 2. Beetle and a bat. I hit the bat, so the beetles definitely attack with the bats or the snakes. Do rogues have poisons currently? There is one poison that's like a snare poison. They need more, right? Once the rogues get their poisons, we can reevaluate this entire conversation, and rogues might be like the best DPS class to put in your group. I have no idea. We don't know what they're going to do with the poisons, though. So they currently are missing poisons, yes. Healers should spread the utility around. I mean, yeah, maybe. How's Inquisitor soloing now versus SK or Paladin? Comparable, close to Fighter. It's Shadow Knight. Paladin and Inquisitor are kind of equal in soloing. Probably Paladin has a little bit better. Fighter is the worst as far as soloing as far as is concerned. The reason for that is because the Shadow Knight has very good damage. It can tank very well. Has sustainability. Just all around the best soloing tank. The Paladin has the recover ability because they can heal themselves. So they can recover faster than the other tanks. But they have the worst DPS out of all 4 tanks. So slower kills, faster recovery. The Inquisitor has slightly less DPS than the Fighter or the Shadow Knight, but the Inquisitor can stun lock a mob almost indefinitely. So they basically take 0 damage as long as the mob can be stunned. They can basically take 0 damage. But it would take a long time to fight. It's a whole thing. I think rogues need a lot better damage, yeah, Bob. I think rogues should be some of the top damage in the game. Sustained, like long-term sustained damage. They should be really good with the potential to burst a little bit. Whereas a wizard should have really good burst damage, but still pretty good DPS for long-term fights. Because that's really all the 2 classes do. Thanks, Pacer. I appreciate it, bud. Oh my god, I got 2 again. These beetles are annoying. But yeah, I mean, I could explain it all, like, you know, kind of to the point of earlier where I think that rogues need more love than the Spellblade, monks, and clerics. You could make an argument for any of those 3. And I'm not going to try to convince people and explain, you know, the difference in them or whatever. But there's an argument for all of them. If rogues had better sustained damage, that would work wonders, because right now, white hits or even backstab ambush doesn't feel impactful at all. I agree, yeah. I think that rogue should have gotten the crit and triple attack over fighters. I think it's silly that fighters got those things. Like, really, really silly. And then rogues got shafted. But poisons could change that. We don't know what poisons are going to do. They could put a poison in both their weapons, like a direct damage poison and then a dot poison. They could do all sorts of stuff. I just broke the enchanted slime-covered scarab above your camp. We were using it to kill. He's walking back down. All right. Yeah, you're good. The fact that rogue have crit on thrown weapon is completely useless. Well, yeah, it is completely useless. Unless, this is kind of what we were talking about earlier too, unless you have, like they have an idea of where they want to be in the future. So these little changes that they're making, rogues might be in the future really good at thrown weapons, and you might be weaving those thrown weapons into their combat, right? Is this the person that's coming to camp this? Oh, okay. Huh? Yeah. Yep. No one out there kiting with thrown weapons? Yeah, I mean, not right now, they're not. But they might have an idea in the future of things they're going to put into the game, and it might become that thing. And right now, it feels really bad because it's like all we have is thrown weapon crits and not all of the other possible features that they might be putting in. Which is kind of to my point that I was making earlier, that it's really tough right now. Like, every time they add something or take something away in the game, they know why they're doing it. The devs, they have an idea what their plan is, etc., etc., etc. We don't know. We have no clue. So we can only base it on what we currently have available to us. So for us, it looks very different than how it looks for them. You know, adding in crit to thrown weapons might be like, hey man, we got crit in for thrown weapons. All right, cool. We're one step closer to our goal. That's them. For us, it's like, what the heck are y'all doing with your time? Like, this is a huge waste. So, you know. Yeah, the game's coming out June 1st. Everybody here? Okay. Here, I'll pull one more. Actually, no, I won't, because they're two beetles right next to each other. All right. We'll be done there. I'm fine with it. Give me one more Sal. I'm just going to camp out here, I think. All right, guys. Well, it was a good discussion today. I am going to go for now, though. I've got my son wants to play a game and hang out, and I promised him that I would do that. So I'm going to go hang out with him, play some games. I'll be back on here tomorrow morning around the same time, around 9 a.m. Eastern. And then all next week, all the time, like I'm just going to be streaming this game every single day around 9 a.m. Eastern. But family time is way more important. No offense to any of you, but family time is super important to me. So I'm going to go hang out with the kiddo. And hopefully I see you all next time. Take care. Have a good one. Bye.